Hello, welcome. Thank you for choosing Live EDU. My name is Sanya and I'm going to teach you how to model Viking village using 3ds Max and Vray. I am a 3D artist with more than 7 years of experience in using 3ds Max and Vray. Over my career, I have modeled more than 70 game environments for hidden object puzzle adventure games. And these are some of the examples you can see, inspired by fairy tales. And these are some more realistic images used in hidden object games. These are environments I made for the game Vikings, which can be downloaded at the Google Play Store. I'm a fan of Vikings and their mythology, so I was very inspired by that. This image was post-produced, and now you will see how the original render looks like. So if you model everything perfectly and set up renders properly, you can edit them however you want. You can make a night render from the day render. You can make it foggy, moody, rainy, whatever you think of. You have numerous possibilities for editing if you set up your renders properly. So this Viking village scene, and we are going to create something similar to this. And now you will see how the image looks like in original. So this is a raw render and this is the edited photo. Once again, raw and edited photo. So today we're going to learn how to model and design the whole environment, several assets. We are going to model a house, fire pit, a well, and a long ship, and furthermore discuss some additional plugins. So before I start a project, I always search for reference images. It's important to be inspired since you're designing an environment, so I check Google ArtStation as a great resource for inspiration. There are a lot of amazing artists and I have selected few artworks from ArtStation as a reference. I like this detail a lot, so we can try and make something similar to that. I like the Viking ship a lot and we will add one to our scene. And we will browse for additional references and choose details we will going to use in our renderer. So I like this image a lot, and we're going to make similar composition, add more details such as long ship and fence, make it a bit more realistic, but this is going to be our reference and inspiration photo. So once again, thank you for joining me, thank you for choosing Live EDU, and let's get to work. Hello, welcome. Thank you for choosing Live EDU. My name is Sanya and I'm going to teach you how to model Viking village using 3ds Max and Vray. I am a 3D artist with more than 7 years of experience in using 3ds Max and Vray. Over my career, I have modeled more than 70 game environments for hidden object puzzle adventure games, and these are some of the examples you can see, inspired by fairy tales. And these are some more realistic images used in hidden object games. These are environments I made for the game Vikings, which can be downloaded at the Google Play Store. I'm a fan of Vikings and their mythology, so I was very inspired by that. This image was post-produced, and now you will see how the original render looks like. So if you model everything perfectly and set up renders properly, you can edit them however you want. You can make a night render from the day render. You can make it foggy, moody, rainy, whatever you think of. You have numerous possibilities for editing if you set up your renders properly. So this Viking village scene, and we are going to create something similar to this. And now you will see how the image looks like in original. So this is a raw render, and this is the edited photo. Once again, raw and edited photo. So today we're going to learn how to model and design the whole environment, several assets. We are going to model a house, fire pit, a well, and a long ship, and furthermore discuss some additional plugins. So before I start a project, I always search for reference images. It's important to be inspired since you're designing an environment. So I check Google ArtStation as a great resource for inspiration. There are a lot of amazing artists, and I have selected few artworks from ArtStation as a reference. I like this detail a lot, so we can try and make something similar to that. I like the Viking ship a lot, and we will add one to our scene, and we will browse for additional references and choose details we will going to use in our renderer. So I like this image a lot, and we're going to make similar composition, add more details such as long ship and fence, make it a bit more realistic, but this is going to be our reference and inspiration photo. So once again, thank you for joining me, thank you for choosing Live EDU, and let's get to work. Hello, thank you for joining me again. In previous session, we have gotten familiar with the tools we are going to use, optimized our work environment, and modeled the base upon which we'll work on now. We have modeled terrain, our hilly environment, which we'll continue to edit, but now we're going to start modeling our objects in the scenes, and first of all model some low poly houses. So let's get started. Previously, we have placed two boxes. We will now edit them and turn them into low poly houses. What we want to do now is add a division to our house. We will add edit poly modifier and make a slope by decreasing the height of the lower vertices. Now we have like the classical house shape, and we have modeled our base. We want our roof to be a bit detached from the house base, so we will extrude it to give it some height, and then extrude the other sides as well to make it stand out from the house to get a shape like this. You can see how the walls are inside. So what we want to do now is choose the polygons on the side. You can see how this looks now when we extruded the surface of the roof. You can extrude by polygon group, by local normal, by group normal, but I tend to use local normal the most. Now we are going to extrude the other side as well to make the roof stand out even more from the object. We will use extrude command again, and you can choose the height you think it's the best. We will adjust the size of extrusion to our side, and this is a bit smaller but similar to our reference photo. By using extrude, we have defined the basic shape of our low poly house, and now we are going to get more into detail. And we're in our left view again. So, the next thing we want to create are some openings. We will start by making opening for the doors using the slice plane tool. Here you can see the plane, which we will use for slice. We rotated it for the 90 degrees and we're just going to move it. But we first, yes, by pressing V, we change the command to move and press slice when we are satisfied with the dimensions. So, what we want to do now is add the top line of the door, which will be in the aligned to the bottom of our roof. So what we're going to do is slice it, and then we're going to define the size of our door. So we will measure it from the center because we want this house to be symmetrical, and we will use symmetry modifier later on. So this looks good, and we're going to slice, and we will do same for the other side. So we have made the place for our openings using the split tool. And we will insert the surface of our door to make a frame which will be extruded from the surface of the door and give it a bit more shape. Now we want to start and add some planks to our house. We will use split tool and we'll make vertical divisions to our surface. This is a really repetitive process, but it's something that we need to do in order to make our model. And we will split only in the half of our house. We will show why that later on, but if you're familiar, you can skip forward and resume to our next part. So we're just splitting with slice plane tool. We are using the same amount for every plank, so we have the same planks and we can easily texture them. Keep in mind that this is a low poly model and that we won't pay a lot of attention to the fine small details, but we will focus on some. Right now we want to split and make plans on the side of the house. There are several ways you can do this. You can repeat the process we just shared and started, and select the polygons or the planes you want your planks to be on, and then go and split them using the slice plan. Also, you have an option of using quick slice, which gives you an option to draw the way you want to split. So it doesn't have to be any particular angle, and you can do it freehand. But this would be a lot slower process, so we're going to try something else. What we are going to do now is select these edges. Because these edges are parallel to each other, you can just connect them and get the shape you want, or the shape of planks we're making. We chose 8 divisions for the longer parts. Here we're going to be okay with just 2 divisions. So you can see now how faster we have made our planks. Now we want to add more detail to our planks, so we need to select them all and then we will work on them. We have chosen the boards we want to add more detail, so we will choose our bevel function now, because we can extrude and change the size of the front surface at the same time. But first of all, we will assign different material ID to these planks. This is really helpful because if you have a different material ID, you can easily select everything, the ID you want, assign them another material or detach them. And we're going to do that first because all the sides are going to have the same ID as the ones we assign them to. Material IDs are extremely helpful for quick selections, quick changes of surface materials, etc. We will get to that later on, and now we are just repeating and using the same functions bevel to make details to our planks. So our boards look fine now, but we need to do for the front and the back of the house as well. So we're going to choose the whole boards and not just until the line we have created, because we want the boards to have the same material and to look the same for their entire height. If you were to render this from a close-up, you would make a much more detailed model, but we're experimenting here, so we're just going to add some volume to our planks. Good thing is that bevel, extrude, connect, these commands remember, so to say, the last settings you have made. So it's very good that you don't have to enter whatever size you need every time if you're going to use the same. So we have extruded the front of our planks as well. What we want to do now is adjust material IDs for our building. So we're going to select the materials we want to be in the same shade, or the ones we want to select together. we have selected some things we haven't seen because of our position of the camera, and you can avoid this happening to you by checking ignore backface. So we're entering and setting color ID, and then with just one click you can select all the polygons with the same ID group. We want this to be has one ID group, and we will add another to our roof. So the planks are going to be the same color and the roof the other one. And the doors and windows the next one, the third one. We have chosen our roof. These are all the polygons for our roof, and we are changing its material ID. And now we're going to do the same for the doors we have made. The next thing we want to do is change the material ID for our doors. We're going to select the polygons for our doors and change the material ID now. So we had made the boards, but we have decided that we want to make a window in front of our house. We will do so by selecting the planes we want to slice them and make our opening. We just need to be careful about our selection. You can of course choose to ignore back facing or be just a bit careful. So we're going to our slice plane option. We will rotate it to get a horizontal line and then place our window. So this seems like a good position. We're just going to click slice, and then we will change its Y dimension and then get the other edge of our window. And now we can see, no, we still have slice plane on, and now we can see the position of our new window. As you can see, we're working only on the half of our house, so we can just delete the other half and continue to work where we left off. So we want to connect and close this hole, so we will do so by selecting the edges and then bridging them. So as you have seen, the bridge option doesn't always work. So you have to get a bit more creative, try to weld always. That's the first idea. So you can lose the additional vertices you don't need to have in your model. Then you can try the other sides, but now we can try and bridge them again. That won't work, and this is not going to work as well. Bridge is very particular option and doesn't always work, so you have to try it out. So if you can't bridge something, as I can't close all these holes, here it works, but now I will choose this edge and drag it when pressing shift. I will try and target weld the vertices. That doesn't always work, but then I will try and just move the vertices as close as possible, and then I will continue on to work on our window. So we would need to close these gaps, but since we're going to make a frame for our window by using the slice tool, we will also extrude the frame so it sticks out compared to the planks, and then we won't have those holes anymore. Next thing we want to create is our window frame. If we were to use insert as for the door, we would get on the right side also the frame, and we don't need it because of the symmetry tool we are going to use. So we're just going to slice the window plane. This looks proportional and good, and we're going to slice it using the same size, 10 centimeters from the bottom and from the left side. Pardon. We don't need this polygon on the side because of symmetry, and now we need to make the frame. So we have made our window frame, and now we want to extrude the door frame as well, but we don't need this surface at the bottom. So what we're going to do is choose this here vertice and target weld it to the one below. And now we can just move the other vertice left, but if we just drag it, it won't be straight down. We need to use our axis constraints, and then we'll be sure that it is right below the other vertice there. So we can now just select, we'll use clear all so we don't have any smoothing groups now, and weld command so there are no overlapping vertices on our model. We are trying to keep it as clean as possible, so we have objects that can be optimized and used for various purposes. Now I would like to add a beam here, so I will create a box. Set the dimensions of the box. now we can edit this box and make it a beam. I tend not to convert objects to editable poly or editable mesh, or edit poly, edit mesh, but I add modifier on top of that, because if I want to return to my starting position, I always can do that by just deleting the modifier. So I like the sizes of the beam, but I don't like how close the beam is to the door. So I'm going to move the vertices around and increase the length between the door and the beam. This looks a lot better. And the next thing we're going to do is position our beam. We will add the roof. Yes, we need to check so this is constraints, so it defines the movement of the vertices. We can choose none, edge, or by face, and it will help you not to deform the model. So we're going to adjust the side of this beam and make it end in our house. So this looks good now. We can adjust it a little bit more. So I like how this one looks, and I would like to add some more. I will just copy this one and then edit its size. Simply move vertices in and copy one more and repeat the previous process. Next thing we're going to do is add a column. So we copy the beam we made, rotate it, and now we can just delete the modifier as we mentioned earlier and place it, and then add one more, move the vertices around and make it like we need to. We are still adjusting our beams, its edges. We don't want it to come through our models. We want to make our topology and models as good and as clean as possible, but we will also be careful not to make any holes in the renders, because those holes are always visible and always pain to correct later on. We will delete unnecessary details. And now, when we finished and made all the details we wanted, we will apply symmetry to our model. We will set the axis by which we want to make it symmetrical, choose to flip it, and you see how that looks like. It will be by epsilon axis, and we just need to move it around and place it correctly. We checked weld seams as well, so there won't be any overlappings of vertices or lines. Good thing about symmetry is now when you continue to work on the part you modeled first, the changes are going to be applied to the symmetrical part. So this is why symmetry is an excellent modifier and it can ease your workflow a lot. We want to add some more details, so we will extrude the roof surface again and then the other sides of we have just made. We will add more details to the edge of the roof, extrude it a bit more, and then we want to weld the top of our roof. We will just move the vertices, select them all, and move out until the welding point. So we're now happy with our model and we will make a copy of it where we're going to add a bit more detail as well. We will leave this one for now and just copy and make and use the beams for the back side of the model as well. When I work, I try to rename all the objects I make or import. That way I can find everything easily. If I want to merge parts of the scenes in the new scenes, I can do that as well with just a few clicks. And I tend to keep my layers organized. So that's why I assigned the houses to the different layers. We will continue to work on our house. So, yes, and I group objects because I don't want to attach the beams to the house. I can just group them and then I will move them with ease and nothing will be left out. I like the way this is starting to look, but I want to give it a bit more space. I will adjust camera, move it a bit, and rotate it. Okay, and then we will just move everything in our scene a bit further so we can get a bit more space, but we will continue to change our perspective and adjust it as we go. Right now, we want to continue and work on our second low poly house. So I will show you how to get some variations now. We want to add planks to this roof, so we are going to use connect function, but we need to be careful not to choose the planks we already made because it will give us a bad topology. It's easier to select if we turn off our symmetry modifier, but don't worry, the changes are still going to be applied. This is it. And now we go to connect, add more edges, and repeat the process we did for creating our planks on the walls of the house. And we're now going to repeat the same process we have already established with using bevel to extrude our planks, but we are going to select the whole plank and add another level of detail. We're going to use planks for this roof, so this will look pretty cool. Yes, just select the whole plank and don't make a mistake I did. So as we have already previously learned, this is a really repetitive process, so have patience and repeating will make you faster and get you a better level of details for a decent polygon amount. So your renders won't last forever. Already halfway there, just a few more, and we are done with this side of the roof. Next thing we want to do, this looks good, we want to chamfer our edges. There are no 90 degrees changes in nature, so every material has a bit of an angle on the edge, and we want to add them now to our model as well. So we can just add chamfer modifier, and you see that we have made new edges in between our edges. All the materials applied will look better, smoother. So we always chamfer our edges when we work, and the more edges you make, the more polygons you make. So you have to be mindful about that and use chamfer wisely. Chamfer the things that are going to be in front of the camera more and the ones behind less. So now we like our model, but we don't like the size of the window. We want to make it bigger. We just select the vertices we want and move it as much as we like, and we have made a bigger window. Yes, that looks better. So always focus on the details that are going to be visible in the renders. This I wouldn't suggest if you're doing a large scene, but for now we're going to add some more details and copy the beams from the front to the back of the house as well. So we have one completely finished object. But yes, we have added chamfer to these edges as well. So you always add chamfer because lights and materials reflect better on the chamfered edges. We want to chamfer our beams as well, so they receive the materials better. So we will select them, add chamfer modifier, and because they will lose some volume at the ends, we will have to readjust the size of the beams or boxes as well. And since we have chamfered our edges, the volume of the boxes decreased, so we have to adjust them again and make sure that we don't have holes on our models that are going to be visible. So we will add another edit volume modifier and adjust them again so they're intertwined. So I have been a user of Max for 7+ years, and I have only recently figured out that you can paste and copy modifiers. This is extremely helpful, and it is extremely helpful with unwrapping. Say you want to make a lot of beams like we have now and unwrap them, but you haven't instanced them. You're going to just copy the unwrap parameters modifier whole when unwrapped, and it will apply it to every beam you have selected. We are repeating the process, but keep in mind that you can copy and paste modifiers. Here it looks good, but we are still adjusting our chamfered edges. And this looks okay now. We can adjust a bit more, better to be in and out of the model and that we get whole. Now that we have adjusted our house as we wished, we have exited the isolation mode, checked the houses again, and they are good for now. We will adjust our mountains, hide them, we don't need to see them now. We will adjust our camera and camera angle a bit as well. Yes, this looks better. We can move our Viking ship so we can get a sense of the whole composition, and we'll just preview the render. So we are happy with this for now, and we'll continue to edit further along. Keep in mind that you need to save your files. You can set up autoback and it will save the file at desired time interval, and you can set up here how many undos you can make. This will slow down the file, but it's worth it. And don't interrupt autosave, because if Max crashes, it is extremely helpful to have autosave file. So in this session we have modeled 2 low poly houses, and in the next session we will start using debris maker and make a high poly house. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for choosing Live EDU. Hello, thank you for joining me again. In this session we will model high poly house. In the past sessions we have learned how to model a low poly object, how to model hills and environment, and how and which plugins are we going to use. In today's session, we're going to model high poly Viking house using elements generated from debris maker. So let's get started and continue to work on our models. Also, this is going to be quite a long session, so we're gonna make it in 2 parts. We will cover the detailed process of modeling, go through every step. So if you're already familiar with anything, you can just skip ahead and try out the things you're familiar with. So let's get started. This is where we left off. Now we want to make something more detailed, similar to this house on our reference image. You can see that there are visible columns, beams, planks on the walls. We tried to make something similar, but we're now going to add even more details. As you can see, since I kept my modifiers and didn't convert the house to edit poly, I could just delete them and have gotten back to the start and have one box, which I will edit now. So we want to make the same or similar shape to the object, and we will. So because we use shortcuts a lot, you can very easily by mistake check space bar and then you lock the object. So just keep in mind that when you cannot select anything else, you have locked the object by pressing space. We will launch the debris maker now. Here you can see all the available options. You can have bricks, stones, pigeons or birds, twigs, sandstone, riverstone, pebbles. We're going to start off with bricks. We'll make stones that will be at the base of our houses, but we are going to use brick generator. So you can choose and make individual bricks, or you can make a wall. Here you can see low poly models of the bricks, and they look pretty good and can be used in various scenes. We are going to make high poly models now. It takes longer to generate. You can see the difference between low poly and high poly models now, and how they both look good, but the high poly models have many more polygons than the low poly as expected. We will choose to make low poly models, and we will make a wall now because we want to use it in the base, and there's no need that we make and add brick by brick. So you can see how the bricks are going to be placed. There are 3 essential modules. You can choose which one you prefer. And now we have a low poly wall, and it's looking pretty good. What we want to do now is add this base to our object. So we're going to place it and add its scale, add its rotation of some bricks to make it non-repetitive, but it's pretty much not. But we're going to scale this and duplicate it, so that's why we will break the rotation. What we want to do now is create one more line which will mark the bottom of our half of our house, and this is the line where our stones or our base of the object will end. We need this base on all four sides of the house. So we're going to duplicate it and adjust it a bit more, and that's how we'll create our border stone wall at the base of our house. And now we want to add our stone wall to the side of our house as well. So we're going to select the one you saw and rotate it for 90 degrees, and see, with a small adjustment it will click one in each other and it will look really well. We have to move this to our left for a little bit, and now we need to make this wall continue. So we're going to copy. By any chance, always use instance. If you know you're not going to change the geometry, or that geometry is what's really important to you, you can always use instance, because instancing will make your work a bit faster and it will preserve the memory while you're working on the object. For the third side of our house, the back side, we are going to use the same process, make a copy and rotate the bricks. So this looks good. You see, again, we need to adjust this a little bit. So we're just to make it a bit faster, we're going to move the nodes of our house. We will drag these vertices around, and now it clicks. We just need to scale these two bricks or stones for a bit, and it will look a lot better now. This looks a lot better now, like it is an actual built stone. So we're just going to move the vertices a bit in, so the surface of our stones is on the outside, and for the last side, you have guessed, we're going to copy the side wall. Of course, make groups, attach them, do whatever it is easier for you, but I tend to make groups for the most objects. We have just used mirror tool. We have on purposely pushed some of the blocks in the wall, because that way the blocks will look damaged, or if we're making something, as we are, like there's some snow, if you add green color it can look like mess. If it's a stone or a brick on a regular house, it will look like it has a stucco on it, but it has gone off. We're now just scaling the additional bricks so they don't look like we have any holes. So we have created our stone base and it's looking pretty good for now. Next thing we want to create is, so we're going to make our planks now, and we will start the beam maker and choose the option for planks. These are very high poly, so we don't want to go too wild with settings and details, but because we won't zoom in on the house, but we will go and try to make something little in between. So these look pretty good. We could have added more cracks, more holes, but that's not necessary. But it's important that you know that you can do that. We're just going to generate another set of blanks. So you can see it always generates this with more details, more holes, more cracks. It always generates different blanks. You can adjust all the sizes, the width, height, length of the board, whatever you need. We're going to add a material to them so we can view them properly. Now we're going to create a wall made of our planks. So we will move them, adjust them, and place them on wall of our house. Of course, this is quite boring because you're just moving the boards around, but if you're dedicating yourself to this level of detail and making different boards, the models will look a lot better, overall composition and the scene. So it's really worth it and take your time. Don't be in a rush. I had to learn a lot of stuff when I was in a rush, pressured by the deadline, and it made things a lot harder. So when you have the time, practice and you will get better and faster with every plank you make. I have first started using debris maker when we were modeling our fairy tale inspired game. So of course it has a pretty simple interface and it's a lot very easy to use debris maker. But I had to learn a ton of stuff at that moment as well. So all the pre-maker was like the only thing that made my work easier at the time. So I'm very grateful and I strongly recommend you use it. You can get very nice and high poly models or you can make low poly and cartoony models. So you can do whatever you want with the maker. Now we're going to scale and place the planks on the side of our house. This is approximately the size of the planks on the left side. We have scaled the ones we previously made, and we're now going to adjust these planks and make them continue the pattern we have made. We're still adjusting our planks. You can always copy them. You can make just two planks and copy them by using instances or not, and it will make your work faster, but we're trying to learn it in detail, and you will get a bit of practice while repeating the steps, so I think this is good for you. You can always choose whether you're going to work in a wireframe shaded mode. I don't like Max 2018 because it has really odd settings for the display while you're working on, so I couldn't get used to them, and I find this a lot simpler and nicer. So it's the choice of the version is based on your habit, to be frank, and you should choose whatever you feel most comfortable working in. Assume you know the shortcuts for changing the view mode, but I'm going to remind you, when you press F3 on your keyboard, you can change the view from shaded to wireframe and back. And if you're in shaded mode and want to go back, remain in shaded mode, but with edges displayed, you need to check F4. Also, often I don't notice and I press D on the keyboard. That's the disable mode. So when you press D and you disable the updating of the viewport you're working at, so you won't see the changes until you click. So the shortcut on the keyboard is D for disable modes, and if your viewport is not updating, it's probably because of that. So we're still adjusting the boards. We're going to scale them by epsilon axis, so we resize their height only and keep the width of the planks. We want to make them more similar because we don't want them overlapping with our roof. What we're going to do now is place our planks on our house. So we're adjusting its position. Here you can see the planks and the size of the plank according to the house and the stone base in the bottom. So we're just going to size some of the planks a bit so the planks won't be smaller than they should be and we avoid having any holes on the model. We're basically scaling every second board and plank. We want to keep the edges. We don't want the walls of our base model to show. Since we finished our first wall, we can now adjust the look of our base model of the house, make a slanted roof, so we can adjust the planks on the other sides according to that. Again, we are moving down the vertices from the side and we have created the pitched roof. The process is the same as for our low poly houses. So we will make a slanted roof, we will only add a couple more details, but nothing too complicated because we want to make it based on debris maker and use their boards for the walls and the roof. We have again inserted the surface for our roof so we can extrude the roof and make the difference from the first base of the house and our roof. We have adjusted the edges and we will now select these planes. As you can see, all the side and frontal planes except the roof. And now we will use slice plane to add a division line here. We're going to add some more detail to our base model. Next thing we want to do is make a beam which will stand out from the base of our house. So we're going to select the planes intended for the beam and we're going to extrude them by using the extrude command from edit poly settings. What we want to do is slice and add polygons edges to the back of our side as well, because we didn't use insert function there, and we want to make this beam equal on the all sides of the house. So now we select them all. You can just select one, press shift, and then it will do a ring command. This hasn't selected, so we're just going to select them manually. This looks good, it's even. What we want to do now is go and extrude our beam. We want to change the size and we want to make it extrude by local normal. Local normal extrudes by its local normal, so on the 45-degree angle, this is the same size as it is when it's straight. But you can correct that by turning on the snap and just moving the vertices in the direction you want it to be, so you get straight line. Once again, we want to make an opening for our door. So we're going to use the same technique we have used before and add an opening. We will select the polygons we want to slice and use slice plane tool to make a rectangular opening for our door. We won't detach them yet, but for now we will have the place for the door and the door frame. Now we want to use an insert command so we can create a door frame for our door as we did for the low poly house. We want to render this up close, so there's no need for a lot of details. We won't even put in the doors or make a detailed version of the doors. So we now want to add a window to our roof, but we don't want a square-shaped window and we want to make it round. We will add more polygons to our roof. By using the slice tool, we will add the other dimensions for our window. And now we can select our square-shaped polygons. Go to Rapid Tools, Topology, Geometry, and we have a almost round shape. We want to have a bit more details, so we have taken a step back. We have made a bigger surface, are going to insert this surface so we can have a better control. And to make a window frame, go to Rapid Tools, Geometry, Fast Edge, and we now have our circular shape with more details than the best one. We will insert the shape and, as previously explained, extrude the edges to make a window frame. We will extrude our door frame as well and add some more lines to our model to mark the place where we're going to add our windows a bit later on. So now that we have defined the shape of our house again, we are going to adjust the boards and adjust them according to our shape. Working in 3ds Max isn't hard, but it takes time and you need to dedicate yourself to working on details, and only when you work for some time you can get your results in a fast manner, but you need to practice, and that's how you gather experience and know which things can be optimized, which things need to be high poly, and which can be substituted with normal maps. So take your time and just be patient. We will adjust our boards now to follow the shape of the house. We are moving the planks around. You can use FFD modifier and just drag the top. You can scale them. You can scale the ones in the bottom, but they will then be too long. So there are various options and you just have to find the ones best suited for you and your needs. I love using FD modifier, that's why I keep it on my buttons, and I think it's really practical. Those two were unnecessary. They can't fit in our house, so we're rescaling from this one and we will adjust them. You can always adjust them together if that seems easier, like this one, because they need to be the same size. They're for the roof, for that part of the roof, and the house is symmetrical, so there's no need to model it and adjust every board individually, but the position of the board itself you can. You could convert all these to edit poly, use slice and slice it according to our roof, and then delete the unnecessary polygons, but that's a lot more work, so this is kind of the fastest way, even though it seems really slower. So we have just a few more adjustments. You could always use symmetry and adjust on the half of the building and then mirror or make a symmetrical copy of the building you made or the items, planks, bricks you have made, and always you can check make unique button, but it's up to you to choose what best suits your workflow. Now that we have modified our boards, we want to make our roof a bit more detached from the house, so we're going to extrude back polygons of the roof. And we will do the same for the front sides of our house. We have modeled two walls with debris maker planks. We have modeled the base of our house using the stones from debris maker or bricks. And in session 2.2, we're going to continue detailing our model, and we will finish with modeling of the houses in the next session. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for choosing Live EDU. Hello, welcome once again. In this session, we will finish our high poly model of Viking house. So far, we have made the base of the house, our very low poly model, added base with stones, bricks, made in debris maker, and made two walls of planks using debris maker as well. In today's session, we will continue to work with debris elements. So we're going to finish the front wall of the house and make a roof. Let's get started. We're continuing where we left off. So we're going to first of all choose the planks from the side and copy them to finish the other wall as well. We just need to make a copy of them and mirror them. We are going to use mirror tool. We have moved and we are now going to mirror our copy. And you could have chosen to make an instance of our planks. It preserves memory when rendering a bit, and you should always focus to make detailed models of the things or the sides you're going to see and show in the render. So you keep the file as light as possible. It won't crash then, and it will be a lot easier for you to work on if the file is lighter, and of course to control the errors happening in the scene. Our house from the front side, and we want to adjust the position of our stone base, and we want to make our planks add them a bit more volume, so we're going to scale them by x axis. I always rotate and check out the model a lot because I get better sense of the details I want to make. Next thing we want to do is add some rectangular windows to our house, but you could use by selecting edges connect tool, but you can use them all. you would need to select the ones on the left side and the ones on the right side from our door. So to make it easier, we are going to use the slice tool. So we have selected the polygons we want to slice. We will rotate the last slice plane we used, and we will adjust its dimensions. This looks better. We moved it for 50 centimeters. Now we're going to pull it down for 100 and press slice. So now we have made the base for our opening, and the next thing we will do is make the size of our frame. We are repeating the process we have established, since it's the easiest way to make the openings in this case. And now I think that the windows would look like better if we were to make it a bit smaller. So I'm just moving in the vertices by selecting the ones I want to move, and you can drag it or insert the dimension you need. We like the size of our windows, but we don't want to make them smaller, so we're just going to select the planes around our windows and then use insert command to get the window frame. You need to adjust it, and this looks okay. So we're now selecting the window frame planes, and we're going to extrude them from the surface so they will be a bit more detached. Now we will adjust the debris maker assets we made. We want to adjust the stones on the bottom so we can make an opening for our doors, and we will model additional planks for the front of our house and adjust them so we can make openings for our windows. We will delete those and adjust the ones we have left. Once again, by using slice plane, we are going to slice the polygons here so we can make an opening for our doors, and these planes are going to be on the model for now, but we are going to delete them later on. As you can see, our door frame is shorter than our house, so we're going to select the bottom polygons and extrude them. If you're not sure about the dimension by which you should extrude the polygons, you can always extrude it for some dimension you choose, and then select the vertices, and using a snap tool you can adjust it to end where you want it. So we're just going to move the plane of our door and also snap it to match the ground position of our house. Now that this all looks good, we can exit isolation mode, and we're going to scale the stones we have on the edge of on the front of our house and adjust them to match our building accordingly. So we don't want anything overlapping. We won't be as precise as that, but I recommend you always try to avoid overlapping, to avoid that models are going through each other, etc. But this will come with time and with practice. So just try and avoid the things you don't need to be happening, because overlapping geometry can cause some problems in 3ds Max. So we are rotating and placing this brick to fill up our hole, and we won't care about these overlappings now. It's a test, so it will all work properly. Next thing we want to do is make the planks for our roof. So we're going to copy several of these and then modify them and adjust their angle, size, length, so we can make planks for our roof. We have rotated the planks and we need to rotate a bit. Now we have moved them and placed them on our roof surface, and we need to scale them and adjust the group to fit the dimensions of our roof. Again, it's a repetitive process, so be patient and it will get faster as you work. We will scale the planks a bit so we add more volume to them. Because we have used the one size of the planks, we don't want to overscale them and we don't want to make them look differently bigger than the ones on the bottom of our building, or the ones I mean on the wall. Sorry. I will add an FFD modifier. You can use whichever you like. I keep FFD for 4x4x4 as my button, and also the box, so I can adjust the number of divisions I need, and it's really helpful and speeds up the process a lot. I like to use this even when I'm doing architectural visualization and make some interior renderings. I always prefer to use FFD and not scale the items, because I can stretch the window, for example, and I won't rescale the parts like the junctions or the knobs and similar details which have their predefined dimensions, and if you scale them uniformly with your window, they won't look good because your eye is used to that those items have their certain dimensions and they should look a certain way according to the window. So that's why I prefer to use FFD modifiers, and I suggest you use them as well. We have rotated and placed it in our planks for the roof, and we're just going to delete the ones we don't need. These two are unnecessary, and the last three as well. So we have made one side of our roof. And of course, we're going to make the other side as well by using the mirror tool. We are going to select all the planks, make a copy, instance them, mirror them by y-axis, and this looks good. You can use FFD modifier for individual objects, or you can use them for a set of objects. If you want to use them for multiple objects, all you need to do is add them, select them together, and then add FFD modifier to them all. You can select them as a group, add the modifier. We're going to rename it and make it your practice to rename the models as you go, so you will have a lot easier and better workflow when your scenes get complex. So we want to adjust this a little bit more. We are going to add FFD modifier and select the node, control point. We have moved the whole group together and adjusted it. So it's very nice option, and I use this a lot, and you have seen that I'm very fond of FFD modifiers. We want to make this beam on the side of the house stand out a bit more, so we're going to add extrude modifier there. And now we're going to copy the planks from the back side, move them to the front, and keep editing them and adjusting them to the windows, to the doors, so we can get the front of the house done and finish our high poly model. So we're making a copy of our planks, we have made it, and we're going to align them to our house, and now we're going to edit them to make room for our windows, doors, door frames, etc. We need to remove the ones we don't need, and we are going to reshaping them. We don't need these. So we're going to move it a bit more to adjust it better, or we can just select all of them and then copy them. Of course, you're going to make some errors while you're working. It's always good that you can go a step back. That's why we keep I keep undo level to 100 or 200, and you can set up that in your preference as I have previously showed you. It's okay to have planks of different sizes, so we're going to move and scale this one a bit so it fits better. When you have a square shaped opening, it's easy to edit the board. You can add FFD or slice it or something similar or scale it. But it gets a bit more complex when you have a round window as we do up. So we're going to edit those shapes now and adjust them accordingly. And sorry, because my cat keeps saying hi, I can't get him to be a bit quieter, so apologies for his interruptions. So what we're going to do is add edit poly modifier to these boards and manually select the polygons we want to delete. We're trying to make this object have the least amount of polygons possible without losing the quality. So what we're going to do now is slice according to our window opening, and then we will delete unnecessary polygons. We have moved and rotated our slice plane, and we will now slice according to the other edge. We will keep doing so until we slice the planks according to all the edges of our window, and we're slicing according to the inside edges of our door frame. You can always slice it according to the sides of the window, so that is always an option. But when we add a modifier later on, the window will change its shape a bit. So just to be safe, we are going to slice according to the inside of our window. So we don't have any holes, but it's possible that we will have later on some parts that we will have to delete or move with FFD box. We're rotating, of course, and we just sliced another edge of our, according to our another edge of our window, and we're continuing to do so. It's a slow process, but this is the easiest way to get the best results you can. So it's worth doing the time, and just be patient and you'll get better when you practice this a lot and faster, of course. So it now may take 10 minutes to slice this up, but you will need, when you do this 3 or 4 times, like 2 or 3 minutes to finish. Maybe you can do the house in 15 minutes, but you just need the practice. So take your time and don't get frustrated easily. So we have sliced everything up, and we're now deselecting the polygons we want to remain. We will just try to be as precise as possible. Here you can see that there is overlapping, that the plank is more extruded than the window itself, so we will have to fix that later, but for now we're selecting the polygons of our planks, which we're going to delete. You can use rectangular mark, that's my favorite and I always use it. You can use circular mark, whatever you want. You have also a freehand and you can use that. Maybe it was faster to use freehand mark for this occasion, but this is a thing of habit, so I used rectangular mark. Here you can see the polygons we selected. We're going to try and get close to the edges we have made as possible. Also, good thing is that 3ds Max remembers your selection, so if you select something else now by mistake, as I have, you can go to and press undo, Ctrl Control Z, and you will be back to your selection. Again, you can see how that works. So we're pretty close and to our edges now, and we're going to deselect this part as well. Just try and come close to the edge, as close as possible. I love saying you're never done, you just choose to finish. So at some point you just have to stop working and say this is it. So this is it for now. We have deleted the polygons we didn't need, so we will be able to put a glass surface for our window or make an opening. You can see still see the overlapping polygons on the plank we mentioned, so we just selected and deleted them. So this looks better, and our front of the house is looking a lot better now. So what we want to do now is delete we isolated our house with the front planks in the front. So we are going to select the planks covering up our doors and just delete them. And now we're going to scale the lengths we have left, but we don't want to move them and see them in our window, so we're going to use an FFD modifier, and we're going to pull the control points so we can adjust the volume, and then pull the control points so we keep the shape we made by deleting the polygons. We have one more left, so we're again going to use FFD modifier, adjust its volume or the place of our nodes. You can add more nodes, but this is going to work just fine. So this, you can see how it looks when FFD is turned off, and this is looking a lot better now. We want to add two more beams to our sides, but since we have used insert for our polygons, we need to slice the polygons here on the vertices we now have, so we can get a straight line and don't have this particular angle here. So we just use slice plane, and we're going to slice this up again, and we will select the planes we want to extrude. We have removed the unwanted polygons, deleted them, and now we have an opening. But we still have this angular shape and we want to make it round. We can do so by adding smoothing group, although it didn't help a bit, so we will edit it more. And if we add open subdivision or turbo smooth, we can get a round shape, but you can see what does that do to the rest of our model. So what we're going to do, what we can try first of all, is assign the modifier only to the wished part. And this deforms our object too much, so we're not going to use that. But what we can do is first of all chamfer all our edges. We're going to select the edges, we won't select the ones on the window itself, so we want them to be turned to smooth surface, but the rest we want to stay straight, and we're just going to add them chamfer. Select all the polygons, and we'll use quad chamfer and a few more lines, so this is looking a lot better. we can see that the polygons are here smoother. You can see the gradient on the polygons, and that's because it has a lot smoothing groups. So we're going to clear them as you just saw, and the polygons look straight and are straight again. Now we added Turbo Smooth, and we have a circle shaped window, and our model isn't deformed, but we don't like the mesh. So we're going to use Open Sub modifier, which gives us a bit a straighter mesh, and we will add a few more iterations. So this looks a lot better now, and we have a circular shaped window. Because the geometry of our house has now been changed, we will have to readjust the planks again. We will add FFD modifier, add few more control points, and move them around so we don't have any polygons left visible from the planks. To make this work easier for myself, I always play a lot of music. I listen to all kinds of artists and depending on my mood at the moment. So I recommend that while you're working on your models, you listen to music so the time will pass a lot faster because as you can see you have to go back and forth, adjust things multiple times in order to get best results, and you won't be able basically to play music when you start rendering because it will eat up your RAM memory. So I suggest you play the music while you're working on. As you know, Turbo Smooth modifier changed the shape of our window, so that's why we need to adjust now. And of course, you can always add a modifier on top of modifier, but at some point I suggest that you make a copy of the file, and in the file you're going to render, you would be the safest if you were to convert this to edit poly, because when you get a large scene and if a model has numerous like 10 or more modifiers, they can be a bit buggy and something can crash. You don't see the results the way you should. So that's why when I'm 100% done, assure that I'm done with working on the model and that I want to render the thing now, then I save the file so I have my working file, and then I convert the things, make another copy, and use that file for rendering. I'm adding more polygons, more control points to these planks than the ones for the roof or the side, because it gives me bigger control of the plank, and the model won't be scaled as much, and there won't be any holes made, and I won't make overlapping polygons on the model. It's important to get the best topology you possibly can. Now that we have edited the boards and planks according to our window, we can see the overall look of our house, the level of detail, the beams, the chamfers on the door. You can edit them further, but for now I'm going to say that this looks okay, and we are going to make a copy. You can see here the number of polygons we now have. That's because of the level of details on the planks and the beams and their number, of course. But the model looks really good, and you could put just very material over them, add some bump, and it can be rendered somewhere close to the camera. Because we would like to add some more details to our house, we're going to make a copy of this one because it's pretty good, and we're now going to pull out these beams a bit more so they will be standing out. We will add some more details. We'll make a copy of this board and place it sideways, a bit rotated, so it can look like it's holding the other walls, maybe other planks, sorry, maybe there are some cracks it fixes or something like that. You can add nails to it, you can add different materials, make it a bit stand out a bit more, and by adding details as such, you will get a second model and a variety in your 3D environment. You're a designer, so be creative as much as you can, look for references, and you need to get inspired in order to do a good job. And the more interesting it is to you to work on a model, the better it will turn out because you will put in more time and more make more detailed models when you're happy with what you're doing. we're going to repeat the same process and make additional board for our roof. And if you're rendering it from close, you can add hay on top of it or below, so it will look really cool. This plank needs a bit more adjustment because the planks on the roof have two angles. This will have the two angles. It has to be adjusted according to the roof slant, and we're going to make it tilted on the other side as well. So you can use front view, side view, whatever you feel most comfortable with, or do this from the perspective view. But I tend to keep going back and forth, and this gives me all the views, and I always am sure what was done on the model. We're going to make a copy of that plank and rotate it a bit differently. So there it is. We have modeled two high poly houses with a low poly base and high poly details made from debris maker, and this is it. Next on, we will model fire pit, we will model a fence which will be based on our reference photo or inspired by that, and we will continue editing our objects and terrain and environment so we can model and texture this properly and set up the render parameters and render our scene. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for choosing Live EDU. Hello, thank you for joining me again. Today we will continue to work on our model. Previously, we have modeled two high poly and two low poly Viking houses, and our terrain environment learned a new plugin, and we will continue with our work in this session. By using debris maker and following practices we have established, we will model a fence, a fire pit, and prepare our scene for further development. So let's get started. This is where we left off, and we want to make a fence similar to the one in the reference photo we saw earlier and we're going to see now. But we would like the fence to have more planks similar to this one, but even bigger. So we're going to use debris maker to make such fence. We will change the layer and turn off the layer for the hill, and we will start and make our planks. Always check out additional options this software plugin has. It's really great. So we're setting up the dimensions we have now, and we're going to check out how this will look. They are always placed in the center of the grid, 0, axis of the 3ds Max. And with the Brie Maker, it's really cool that your boards will be, and items you make, slightly different every time you make them. So you won't get the identical two boards, but the same ever. But you can try and make variations. We are not going to go in too much detail, and we have modeled our boards. So what we want to do is we're going to make a fence of them, and we're first going to see how big they are, because we haven't been set up the dimensions quite correctly, and we will scale them and make them a lot bigger than they currently are. So you can see now how big they are according to our house. They are about 1 meter high, or have the length of 1 meter. And of course we will adjust that more. We want to make our fence, but we want to make it feel a bit more natural, a bit more damaged. So we're just going to place the boards closer now, and we're going to scale sorry, my cat again is saying hi. So we are scaling the boards differently, rotating this one to get the different edge, and we can just move this closer, and because when we have two similar edges, it will look like the boards are identical, so we want to avoid that, and then that's why we rotated the past two boards. We are going to delete those, we don't need them, and we will launch the Brie Maker again. We will set up the size as we previously did. So we want to make planks that are a bit more damaged than the ones we have used for our fence. So we're going to uncheck those and check the last one. Press generate. You can always turn on the grid, but I don't like working with the grid. So we now have some planks that are broken, and we'll use them as well. We are rotating them. These planks are smaller, so when we rotate them, we need to scale them and make them similar of size according to the ones we already chosen for our fence. You can see that these boards have a bigger level of detail, so we're getting more and more variety by adding more details. We are moving the boards around, placing them and positioning them. Of course, you can always scale them, make them seem even more different than they are, and it will look a lot better when you do so. So we have rotated this one, and we have scaled its length, so we will get a completely different board which has damage on the bottom. It will be sunken in the ground, so you don't have to worry about seeing some holes that you don't want to. You can see the level of detail here. I like this a lot. We will move this group around and make a place for one more damaged bird. So this looks pretty good. We have made our planks and we now want to add one in the back, which will be the one holding the fence. We will later add some nails to the fence as well. So this will look pretty good. Of course, we would need to adjust the place and the position of the other planks according to the one which is basically holding our planks. So we just move them around and you can scale the planks in it to make them a bit bigger if you want, but I like them like this. So we're just scaling the planks now and moving them around to get the shape we like. We need to make this plank longer. We can add nails and details as such later, and we made a fence. You can make a white picket fence. We're going to keep it a bit rustic with a hand-drawn texture probably. We are satisfied with the result. We will now select all and make a group out of these planks. We will rename them. Check the numbering. And now we can group them and position them. We would like our fence to take the right portion of the image. So now we're going to adjust it according to camera angle. Yes, here looks good, but we need to scale it, and we want to scale it in that manner that we keep the proportions and keep the fence in some realistic dimensions. Keeping dimensions in mind is really important because when you assign the texture, if the fence or the model isn't scaled correctly, the texture won't look good. Then you can go and convert your model to editable poly and assign reset X form to the model and then convert it again to edit poly and then UVs will look good. But in order to avoid all this, we are now going to keep everything as realistic as possible and position the fence in such a manner that we are satisfied with it. So it's really small yet, we want to bring it up close and we will have to modify the terrain so it looks better. So that we make a hill based on which you can see how the scale of the fence according to the house here. always compare things. You can see that our fence is too big. It's about 2 meters, so we have scaled it down, so it is a bit more realistic. But since this is a game-like environment, you can scale the proportions and make them look according to your wishes. So we have our fence where we want it, but it's hanging in the air, or no, it's sinked in a bit. So we will now edit our hill. So the fence will be placed as it should be. So we will move our fence around, try to find the right position we want. We are trying to get the idea from the reference image with the skull. So we want to make our fence in front of our camera, but we want it to define just one portion of the image, so we can get a sense of the hill and the houses and the ships in the back. So we just need to position the camera now. We will zoom in a bit, and don't worry, I will post my 3ds Max file in the reference folder, and then you can open the file. It's 2016 version of the Max, and then you can check the settings for camera, etc. I don't want to go in detail with that because we will set up our rendering environment later on, but you can work in this file or check up the settings. We're still adjusting the camera. You can adjust it from the camera view, perspective, from the top view, whatever you like. I go back and forth and switch between the viewports a lot. For the editing of the terrain, we will use soft selection, add more polys, add open subdivision, and the same principles we used before. We're going to launch our debris maker again now, and by using sandstones or slates, if you want, we're going to make a model of a fire pit which will be placed in the center of our road. So we have generated some stones. They all have their unique shape. You can see how much detail the sides of our stones have. So we can now arrange them. We want to make a semicircular shape. We don't want to make it completely circular, but something in between. Of course, you go wild, make it your own, and this is made from stones, so there shouldn't be any defined geometry shape which this would follow. And you have to keep in mind that this was made by Vikings, so they didn't really use meters or circles as their guides. We are arranging the stones. They can overlap, they can be different, have a different heights, so you just have to relax and make it as you go. It's really about freeform, and of course there are not endless possibilities on how you can edit it. We can now generate some other uh, version of our stones. We pressed generate, and now we are waiting. So we have more slates, so we can get a different variety of the shapes, and we are going to select the few with clean cut lines, and then we will add them to our fire pit. The fire pit made like this can be rendered from close up. You can multiply and make several levels. Like I think you would need 4 or 5 levels of this stone setup, and then you can make a well. And it's important that you are aware of all the possibilities you now have. You see, this is starting to look good. We are still scaling the stones and moving them around. We're going to add just light spheres, because if a graphical designer is to add the flames in Photoshop, or the fire is can be added in Unity afterwards, so I avoid making and adding any details that should be animated or directly visible light sources in my renders. So I won't use Panaga image of fire texture, but you can always put that at the center of your fire pit and make it pop. By using 2 light spheres, you will get the sense that there is tingling fire or etc. So that's why we won't be adding the fire texture and just create the sense that there is some fire burning there. Another good thing is that you won't be doing this whenever you need a fire pit. You will create this model and you can save it from 3ds Max, save it as a 3ds Max file, save it as FBX object, Collada, whatever file you need, and later on when you need a fire pit, you just import it. This goes for every element you make in 3ds Max, and it will continue. It will make your workflow a lot easier, and you will create your own archive of the objects you have made. So that's really important. We have made some river stones and we're going to scale them and add a few to our fire pit now, just to fill up some, let's say, holes. We will select just this one and we will delete the others because we have a lot of polygons so far. Keep in mind that we have a house we have hidden. That's also counting. So we're going to create just we're still adjusting the sizes. We're now going to implement the additional stones. We're going to, here there's a hidden one. I tend to use the shaded viewport. It's the easiest for me to work in this, but I switch, of course, between the shaded, the wireframe, and shaded with edges, because when I want to be certain that an object is placed precisely where it should be, shaded with wireframe uh, is my choice because it shows me the most precise result. I don't see overlapping lines or something like that, and I always use snap for those purposes. So we're adjusting stones, rotating them. You can all, of course, scale it. We're trying to make everything as it should be, let's say in real life. So we don't want anything floating around or hanging in the air, but everything should be placed on top of something and aligned with anything else. So as you can see, this is starting to look good. We're still adding details, but try not to overdo it. I'm just showing you the practices and the ways for which should be your practice and will get you up to speed. But don't overdo it, don't we're not going to render it from up close, so this is a decent amount of detail we have already made. Debris Maker is great because you can add just a color or diffuse to your material, and this will render pretty good for something in the distance. If you add reflection, etc., it will render even better. But of course, if you have textures, use them. If you try to use the biggest quality of the textures you have, it's really important because the quality of the texture of the map you're importing is defining the look of your image in the end. And we are now finished. We are going to rename these items. You can type whatever you like. I try to keep the scene as organized as possible, so I rename them and then check the numbered. So only thing left to do now with the fireplace is to group it. And tada, we have finished our fireplace. And you can always check what layer this is on. So I'm going to add it to a different layer, which should be only for the details we're going to make. Organizing things by layer is going to make your workflow a lot easier, because if you have a forest and your scene starts bugging with one click, you can freeze the whole forest or hide the trees inside of that layer, or you can do the same with groups, but I tend to use layers, and it is helping a lot when you're working on a bigger scene. So I advise you use the layers. You can see our fire pit and the size of it according to our environment. And here it is. You can see the model now, and it's really cool, very high poly, and you don't even have to add materials to it. You can leave it gray and edit it a bit in Photoshop later on. Now we need to place our fire pit, and we will place it on the ground, and you can see how it is positioned according to the fence we made. So it looks good, and we're going to, of course, go back and forth with setting up the environment. Now we want to make a path which will lead us from other side of the hill to the fence, and we will make it with a different texture and divide it later on. So what we need to do is select polygons in the shape of our desired path, and we will add them another material ID. So we're going to select a lot more of our polygons, and we're going to go back and forth. You can select them by using rectangular, circular mark, whatever you prefer. I prefer to use rectangular mark, but we will also have to adjust the polygons and make them seem less square or have less triangles, so we can make a curvy path from the hill we're standing on to the other houses and the fire pit. So we're just selecting the polygons we have and deselecting for now, and you have to try it and make this as you go. It's always better to make your own terrain, and because there are of course a lot of terrains on the internet, but you never know how good the model is. Several models of this size have crashed my scenes, and it has happened very often. So that's why I'm choosing to model everything that I can. But of course, when you're pressed with deadlines, you will search catnap, 3D Sky, etc., and other sites for resources, and you can download a lot of good stuff. So shout out to everyone making models and providing them on the internet. Of course, as I mentioned, I at my place of work we have purchased promotional packs, so they are extremely high quality, very good materials, very good models. So if you're going to invest in the models, I suggest you buy emotion items. I'm not promoting them, or if that sounds like that, I am just sharing what I have learned from the experience and from 7 years of using their models. So that's why I highly recommend them. We are now changing the material ID to the ones we have selected, and you can see now that with just one click we're selecting a huge amount of faces. We can just add continue add, sorry, we can continue adding polygons and changing their material IDs, changing their shape, and further adjusting. So material ID is making your work a lot faster, and it's good to keep this in mind when you're working on scenes. Now we are moving the vertices around because we don't want our pet to be angular and we want to make it curvy. The easiest way to do so is to move the position of the vertices. You can connect the vertices if you like, but this is a bit more easier. When you do this, you're changing your topology. Right now we have a pretty clean topology in, for example, this area, because we have all the shapes of similar sizes, and they're following a logical pattern, and that's a good topology. And you're distorting that when you switch the position of the polygons, but this is not a drastic change, so it won't cause any problems when you continue to work on these models. You can see the shape, you can see the curve we're making now, and we're always checking the material ID of the selected area, and we're going to continue and move the vertices around. We will connect these two so we can get another vertice, and then we're going to move them around to make a more subtle shape. When you don't like the shape and you have some angles you need to adjust, you can always move the vertices around, and when you later add open subdivision or turbo smooth modifier, it will have a much smoother and nicer shape. Of course, if you have used turbo smooth modifier and added a lot of iterations, you will have gotten a similar shape to what we're trying to achieve now, but you also get a much bigger polygon number than there's need for a terrain to uh, have. So that's why we are choosing to do this, and it will look even better when we add open, sub, or to turbo smooth. Those two basically do the same thing. They subdivide the surface, add more polygons, make more polygons from the ones you have by adding more edges and vertices, and they make the object or plane surface a lot smoother. So it looks like it has a lot more polygons because you add them manually. You can see the shape we have made so far. We're still adjusting it, and sorry about my cat. And until the end of this video, we're basically going um, to keep adjusting our shape of the path. So you can skip forward, but this is what we are doing now. You can see how we have made overlapping polygons, and that should be corrected, and we're going to correct it. Of course, the best thing you can do is keep the polygons straight and make quads always. Try to make quads and not triangles, because that is what clean topology means. You can, of course, export your models. You can add them in ZBrush and then bake normal maps that will, if you know ZBrush, it will optimize your polygon count if you use normal map to add details to your model, and you can always import your models to Substance Painter and edit textures in the Substance, but you would need to unwrap it. So for the unwrapping, you always should have clean topology, and you won't be able to unwrap if you have an enormous scene or an enormous model. So that's why you should keep in mind the polygon number. Of course, you will be able to do so if you have a really strong machine. We're adding these polygons to our selection now because we want the path to exit our scene. We are rearranging or just moving the vertices. You can see the shape we have made. We are going to add these two to selection, change their material ID as well, and we're going to go back to selection with vertices and move them around so we make a curve here and avoid having angles on our path. Make it feel more natural and it will look a lot better. Now you can see we're still moving the vertices around, and now we're going to select them all, and here you can see how this looks. So we're going to adjust it a bit more. We are adding additional polygons. We will change the material ID of these ones as well. We're now removing the ones we don't need. Because we assigned a different poly ID, material ID to these polygons, we can select this path of ours with just one click. You can see the shape, we will adjust it a bit more, but we're overall satisfied by it. We will move the vertices around a bit more, and you can always add the vertex where you want. You can select the edge and go to insert vertices if that's the easiest way, or you can go and add another or several more lines. So we want to add more details here. We can select one edge. If we double click, it will select the whole length, but if we click the ring option from our selection, it will select, as you can see. So we can connect them, and we can adjust this a bit more and make the curve look like as we want it. So this is pretty good hack, and it is very easily achieved. And now we are moving them around, and we got to keep in mind which ones are going to be from which material, or in this case with which material ID. And this will be look a lot better now. Early on, I have learned that you're never finished, you just stop. And that's the principle I keep telling myself when I work in Max. You can always adjust it more, always make it better, improve it further, but at some point you just need to say to yourself, okay, I'm satisfied with this and this is good enough. You won't leave the model in this white shape. It will have materials on. So as soon as you are satisfied with what you got, you should stop and move along. Otherwise, you can work on details for a very long time, because every vertices can have another position and a better shape. So we're going to select our finished pet. Choose to insert the pet. Adjust it a bit more. You can see the edge of the road now. And we will move the road surface down. And apply open subdivision. You can see now how the road looks all smooth and natural. So this session had a lot of repetition. We thoroughly learned how to use debris maker for various purposes, edited our heel to make it look almost natural and not like a low poly heel. And in the next sessions we will texture and prepare our object for rendering and render the final image. Thank you for choosing these tutorials, and thank you for joining Live EDU. Hello! Welcome again! In today's session, we're going to learn how to add textures and set them up properly. This is where we left off, and this is our scene. Looking good. And we're going to add different textures for roofs, for terrain, for the planks on our fence, and after that we're going to add more details. But let's start now with some materials. By pressing M on our keyboard, we will open our material editor. I never use Slate material editor, I use Compact material editor because it's way more practical and has just the right amount of details anyone would need. So we're going to start and make the first material. I'm going to be using hand-drawn materials mostly, and these materials are really good because they have normal, displacement and bump maps and diffuser, of course, but you usually won't find materials like this for free. So I suggest you invest in your library because it's really worth it and it defines the look of your scene and the look of your work. So invest in textures. If you're not looking for hand-drawn materials, there are amazing libraries. So, not this one. We'll start and make a ground material first. The best you can see how the texture looks, it's rather decent, but when you add normal and displacement and bump, it will look even better. You need to blur the map a little bit so the details won't be as harsh and the details will be enhanced by using displacement and normal maps. So we're going to go to our V-Ray panel and select V-Ray normal. We will now add normal map and bump map to the slots. You can see how the material changed already, and we're going to enter the materials, blur these maps as well accordingly to the diffuse, and set gamma override to 01. This is the best setup for V-Ray use of normal materials, so I suggest you implement this at your workflow, and I do this for almost every material I can, and I have normal and bump maps. Also, very important map you can add. You can see the details provided by normal maps, and we're now going to add displacement map as well. Displacement map will almost extrude. You can see how many details and how many surfaces now does our material have, but it's too much, and we will set it to 1, maybe 2. We won't use the displacement through the map slot, but through V-Ray displacement modifier, but we always set it up here just in case, and here we can modify it and edit its gamma and blur easily. Since this is going to be our roadmap and we want to add other map for the hills, we will convert our material to multi-sub material. We go to V-Ray, standard materials, and keep the existing material. Now we will set up, we have just 2 surfaces that we want to differentiate, so we'll set the number to 2. And now we're going to make a copy of a material and set it up as well. Next thing we're going to add is our normal map. We have dragged and dropped our displacement map, and for the normal map we're going to go into material browser, select V-Ray normal map, and adjust it as we have learned. So we're adding our normal map to the normal map slot, and we will add bump map to our bump map slot. Next, you can see now how this looks. So next thing we're going to do is set the blur to 0.2 and override the gamma. You can see how the texture has changed. We're going to do the same thing for the bump map and also override gamma for the bump map. You can see with every override how the material change. Also, we don't want this bump to be this strong. We will apply the same settings for the bump. You can see how it escalated, but we're going to tone down the bump map definitely. We're going to assign the material now to our surface, and we need to click in the setup of each material that we want material to be shown in viewport. So there we have our map, and then we have our roadmap. It's all stretched out, so we need to assign it UVV map and set up its size. It's all about trial and error, so you need to try out different things and what will work for you. So let's say now we don't like the color of this road. We find it too orangey and we want to edit it. We can add color correction through our map slot, keep the one we already have, and we can scroll down here, change the gamma settings and reduce saturation. If you change hue, you can color it any way you like, but we will just decrease the saturation of the image. We are now satisfied with this, and it's starting to look really well. So we have added V-Ray displacement modifier, and we're going to rely on this heavily in our workflow, but this will eat up the memory and it will slow down the process. So we need to add the map here in V-Ray displacement modifier and set it up additionally. But it's really far. The road is long, so we can detach it at one part and assign the displacement only for the first plan which will be shown. We will do that for the hills. We will detach anything not visible or far from camera. We have also detached our road from the hills, and since we need to assign the displacement map for the specific map. So multi-sub is not going to work for us now, and we're going to make a copy of this material, rename it, and assign it once again to our road. We are decreasing the saturation of our diffuse texture, so it doesn't seem so vibrant in our viewport compared to the other ground material. You can see now how bumpy the road is. You can feel and see that it is old, that it is cracked, dry, because of our displacement map. So that's what the displacement map does, and it's extremely handy, just it takes up a lot of memory. We will add map through V-Ray displacement modifier. Since it has better controls, we will copy the map from our material slot, and then you can adjust shift and assign keep continuity, and it's really important if you have a box and add displacement map to it. You will get black edges because it won't keep the texture going, but if you check it, you will get smooth edges and smooth curves. So always check keep continuity. Now we want to work on our houses. So we will open our group and we will make a copy of this multi-sub material. And we will start editing materials. You need to start to find the location where you have placed the material, and you can drag and drop it. That's the simplest way to do so, and it's the fastest. You can locate the texture, of course, through material browser, but that takes more time, and this is a lot easier for me. Sorry for my cat, I don't know what's up with him at all. So we are dragging and dropping our materials, we're overriding gamma for every material below the highlighted reflections slot, and for all the materials we are assigning, for all the maps, we are assigning a blur for the base map, because blurring the map will give you actually a bit more detail than if you leave the blur at 1.0 as it is its default setting. So that's why we are insisting on keeping that. We're using now multi-sub material again, and we will make multi-sub material for this house. It's easier for me to swap and copy the materials than to convert them manually, and then we will add additional names and change every material individually. But now you can see how this house we have made, the low poly house, will look like if we added only the cartoony wood material. So that's why we're going to continue editing the house and changing the materials to make it look a lot better than this. Since we want our roof to have this cartoony vibe, we are going to use this blue texture for our roof, and as we practiced, add displacement, bump and normal map. Now we're dragging and dropping our normal map to its slot. You need to override it. If you make a copy as I did, you won't have the need to change its blur settings, so that will speed you up a bit. We're copying, dragging and dropping our bump map, and overriding its gamma, of course. So it's, of course, as you have learned, a repetitive process. It's a bit slow, but it's worth it. If you use displacement maps, uh, every texture with the displacement will look a lot better, but it will be quite slower to render those materials and the scenes where you have displacement maps, so use displacement wisely. We will detach the roof now, so we can assign it a different displacement map and adjust it the UAVs as we would like. Well, our house now is starting to look adorable. You could adjust the roof material from the front as well, but that won't be visible in the render, so we're trying to optimize our working time and we're just going to leave it as it is. You can see now how the hand painted texture looks. You can scale it, and you should scale it a lot so that every um, plank has its own pattern. Just remember that we want to render this from up close, so this looks rather well, and we now want to add a material to our beams. We're going to unwrap the beams, and there are lots of tutorials for this, but I'm going to show you the easiest way. Here you can set up the texture you're going to place on your beams. You can see it underneath, and just go to flatten mapping. Of course, I always tend to save before I do this because it has crashed so many times when I tried to unwrap that object. It won't now because it's rather simple. We're unwrapping just a beam, but to be sure, I always do that. So we go to Open UV Editor, select All, and go to Mapping, Flatten Mapping. You have the default settings here, press OK, and it will unwrap the beam. You now see all the details there, these chamfered edges, and we will scale it a bit. But now every surface of the beam is going in the same direction as it should be. Good shortcut is that you don't have to unwrap every single beam that you would like. You can manipulate the results with UV map modifier or copy the unwrap modifier. We're going to delete our door surface. Let's say leave it open and assign a material to the door frame. Okay, so this is our first house. It looks rather cool. And now we can continue to texture our models. We will assign maps to our fans. We still want to have that cartoony look, so keep that in mind. For this boards, since they're really good in high poly model, you could basically just add the diffuse color and it would look good. But we're going to try and give them some texture. We're repeating the process again, blurring the normal maps as we have learned and overriding their gamma. We're going to do that same thing for the bump map, and we're going to add a displacement map as well, but I suggest you turn it off since the model itself is pretty detailed and you basically won't even need the displacement. It's up to you. We are going to add it and adjust it accordingly to our wishes. So we're overriding the gamma now. We are assigning the material. Of course, every material has to have its own name, and you can see now the displacement map shown. We have entered the diffuse slot and checked to show the diffuse, and now you can see how it looks like. We have added UV modifier, and we are going to scale, and you can change it, switch it up, but to make our process a bit easier and faster, we can select if we want the whole group and add the material as we just did, and then we are going to adjust UVs for the several maps at once. So this is just a tip how you can speed up the process of your work. You can paste the settings as instance, or you can set up everything individually. Of course, setting every plank up will give you the best result because you won't have a repeating pattern, but you don't have to do that always. So you'll get adjusted and will choose the ways which are the best for you. But it's important that you know that you can copy modifiers, paste them as instance, or paste them individually. And the best thing to do always is to set up everything individually. Always looks the best. By selecting the gizmo of your texture, you can scale it, rotate it, move it. You can scale the planks, but we're going to scale the gizmo now. And you have scaled in that way the texture. Only plank we need the texture is the one holding the fence. So we have added the texture now, and we're going to close this group because we are finished with the work on the group for now. And now we'll see how the fence and the rest of the models textures we assigned look together. Oh, it's looking cool. We will adjust the environment and all, but that we'll do in the next session. Next thing I'm going to show you is how to add and use Seeger Shader. Seeger Shader isn't a free tool, but it's an extremely well-made library of materials which can be used in V-Ray. So I highly recommend it, and it's really worth it. We're not going to texture a lot of items. I'm just going to show you how you can add it and use it in your workflow. You have every possible group of material. You have metals, wood, water, liquids, fabrics, whatever. So we have opened our Seeger shader now. You can see all the groups of the materials. We're not going to linger on this. I'm just going to, here you can enlarge the previews, and we're just going to select some wood which has no reflection, or at the least amount of reflection, because we want it to feel cartoony and old. Additional materials you can see here. Back to our wood, you need to open Material Editor, select the wood you want, and press Assign Material. Here you can now see the wood you have chosen, and you can edit it in any manner you would like. This is a little too shiny for our scene. We're going to reduce its shine and edit it a bit. We will edit this map by using color correction, as we already did. And now we are going to add the textures to our hyperbole house. So we will ungroup it, and what we want to do is select these planks and give them material. See how the grouping helps? We can, with one click, deselect or select whatever we want. So we're going to assign the material we made with Sear Shader, and you can see how that looks. Of course, you need to set it up, you need to give the planks UVs, unwrap them if you want, etc. This looks okay, but we want to make another hand-drawn material, so we're going to repeat the process and add another texture set. You can see how much faster this process goes when you repeat it several times. So when you do this 20 times, it will take you only a matter of a minute setting up a whole texture, even if you have bigger set of textures. When you download models from internet, if the model was made using Substance or similar program, it will have even the reflection channels, roughness, etc. So you'll get up to speed and just keep repeating the process. You can see now how the texture looks. You can see the changes when the normal maps are turned off or on. So just try the things out and you will see why the normal maps are important part of every artist's workflow. And if we're selecting a few of the planks and we have renamed the material, so these planks seem darker now, and I like this one a lot. So we're just going to modify them by adding UV map, and we can scale it, or you can it's best to use box because our plank is essentially a box, so it will correctly set up the map. It will follow the edges and etc. We are setting up, selecting a few planks at a time and adjusting the texture for the several of them at the same time. So because it's far enough and the repetition won't be shown. Also, you can overscale the texture to make it look a bit more stylized, but that's all basically up to you. I urge you to look for reference images and to have in mind what you want to achieve. In that way, you won't be trying out endlessly the possibilities, because the possibilities are truly endless and you'll get lost, and we all have to have the time we dedicate to working on a model or a scene in mind. It's very rarely that you do something like this without a deadline. So when you're trying out, you should take your time and do everything slowly and repeat the process. But when you're on a deadline, you have to think about everything and optimize the whole process if needed. So that's why you should hack time whenever possible. So now we would like for us to modify the materials on this house, and therefore we will unwrap the model. This is the best way to get textures to go in the direction we want. So we will just add unwrap modifier, select all planes, and this is the unwrap. Max generates, we'll go to flatten mapping, press OK. And this is the flattened image of our model. And we turned on our map so we can see the map we're going to use. Now we're going to add the texture for our stones and edit it. So keep in mind that you will use your own library, and I suggest you investing time on searching the images, selecting the highest quality, and then later you will learn how to improvise. You can see I have this marble texture, and I don't want this to be an expensive marble, but I know how I can improvise it, and will convert it and show you how to do this in a few. So that's why you need to have the best library you can find and invest time in searching materials and models, because it will be a lot easier for you later on. This is very cool texture of a marble, but we want to make it look gray so we can get the look of natural stone. What we're going to do, add color correction and invert the map. So we have assigned this material we made to our bricks, stones, but we need to add UVs to it and set them up. You can see now up close how the map looks. You can adjust it, add UVV, you can add UVV to every single brick. That will give the best results, but we're going to be happy with this one and continue editing the scene further. So the texture on our house seems a bit off. So what we're going to do is go in UVV editor again, scale the model, the polygons of in front of our map, and then we can get the proportions right. So this is what our rendering looks like at the moment, and we will continue to edit this as well. We will go to V-Ray Materials D. You need to have account, it's free, and I advise you make it. So we will download this wood and add it to our 3ds Max, modify it and use it in our scene. We're downloading this material as well. It's a bit too glossy for our use, but we can edit this later on and switch it up in the Max. The files are zipped. You need to unzip it, and you usually have the material file, this matte extension that can be imported to Max, and then you will have the settings like the amount of bump, glossiness, etc. And you have the maps you need to make the map you have chosen to download. But if you don't use the matte file, you don't have the settings, so you have to adjust it yourself. From my experience, it's better to adjust the map manually. And I'm now going to show you we can delete this material. We're just going to copy a material and make an empty slot so we can add the material manually. So I'm going to show you how you can do that now. You open your material browser and then go to these arrows and then go to new material library. You need to locate where you have placed your materials and then just select the matte file. It will tell you that material with that file name already exists, and it usually does, and you just say OK. This is what I have meant. The material files are sometimes empty and you have to adjust them. But when they're not, you can just drag them, and now you can see the glossy material we have, glossy wood material we have downloaded. We're going to decrease almost completely its reflection, so we get a more matte material, and you need to also decrease the reflection shade. If, of course, if you have the black, completely black color next to your reflection or refraction, there is no reflection, and if there is completely white, there is complete reflection. So you will of course, wood doesn't have any refraction, and this wood shouldn't have almost any reflection as well. So we're just going to leave it as is, and we're going to assign it, and we are now starting to edit another material. The next thing we're going to make is wooden material with planks we have downloaded from the internet. If the planks have had the good displacement or normal map, you won't have to model the planks on the house you're making. We will now edit this material manually, make it using the same principle we did before. We don't have a normal map, so we're just going to add bump map and of course tone down the displacement map. As you can see, we have more than just normal and displacement and bump and diffuse map. So we're going to set up the material and add them all to their slots. Of course, we need to override them as we go and blur the material value. We will decrease reflection value since we don't want our plants to be reflecting the sun or the environment. You can see how the parameters influence our material as you change them. So it's just keep an eye on the material preview. So after this editing, this is how our scene looks like. Now we will try to get a preview of our scene. And we will see how this all turned out. So by using displacement and normal maps, setting them up correctly, or using pre-made materials from internet or textures from internet, you can get amazing looks for your 3D scenes. There we have it. And this is looking rather well. We copied the material for the second blue house from the first, and by using the same principles made the materials for the third low poly house. In the next session, we will add pre-made assets from the internet or from our own library, and in the last session, we are going to set up and render our images. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for choosing Live EDU. Hello, thank you for joining me again. In this sixth session, we will add pre-made assets from the internet, which we will download for free, and I will going to show you which reference I would suggest you use and which sites I use. So, Airmotion is an amazing library with high detail models, high detail textures, and really great stuff and tutorials, how-tos, and support system. You have bundles of models, you have individual models that you can buy, so I strongly advise you to purchase some of them. I don't work for Airmotion, but I have had the experience of working with their models and I was really thrilled. CADNAV is a great resource with free models and free textures. They don't have the high quality models as Airmotion, but they are free. You can modify them and you can search for whatever you need and you will find something similar to that. Their search doesn't have the best look, but I searched the medieval since those are the items I could use in my scene. And here you can see what kind of models there are. You have the ones that are for game engines that look similar to stylized games, and you have the ones which would be realistic and with realistic shading. I found this quite decent model of Viking ship. It's not really detailed, but I have the just right amount of detail for the place I'm going to use in this scene, which is quite far. The model, as you have seen, has certain ropes, shields, etc. So that's enough. Here we have some low poly houses. Okay, I think we're good for now, and we can add our model to the scene. This is the same model, and once again. So there are a lot of duplicates here. Sketchfab is another great place for resources. They have a lot of game optimized models and a lot of scanned models as well. So there are some high poly and some low poly models, and they have a store you can buy and sell your own models, and you can download some for free. I searched the term Viking so I can check out what can be found there. So there are some taverns, some blacksmiths, low poly and high poly houses. You can see the X. This is a new and very interesting model. The Substance Painter was probably made for these textures. As you can see, it has baked normal maps, quite detailed. Here are some Viking shields, a stylized tavern. So there is a variety of models here, and I advise you to check them out. I have downloaded the model of my Viking shape I want to use, and I'm going to add it to the folder and just drag it and drop it to my scene. Oh, so you just saw I made a folder with maps. I will explain why we're doing that later. So I dragged and dropped the model onto our scene, and now we can see it. We're going to isolate it and delete unnecessary items. Here you can see cameras and lighting from the other application software in which the ship was made. We won't edit the details too much, but we want to change the color of the flag. We want the flag to be red and white, as we have seen on the Viking longships. Decent amount of detail, not too many polygons. You see how Max optimizes and loses sometimes its icons, so you have to scroll over them so you can turn them on. We will open our group, and now we will add the texture. I made a maps folder, and in that map folder I extracted the textures of the models I'm going to use and the downloaded models. By doing so, when I drag and drop the model, I should have the maps already shown. That doesn't always work. It doesn't work when sometimes with standard materials. So we're now going to search for the map we want to add and add it to the surface. Now we need to turn on our UUVs, set it up, and this looks pretty well. We are going to close the group of our longship and we are going to place it somewhere as we have already planned and envisioned on our scene. So you can see here the model we have placed as a placeholder. Sorry for not thinking of a better word. And we have deleted it and we're going to sink our ship now into the sea and place it. We are dragging it down. We placed our ship on the water and we'll now move it and adjust it so we can see it in our scene far in the distance. Okay, this seems okay now, and we can add one more. So this is where the program usually starts to slow down and lag, so you can freeze any of the assets like the house. You can see in our camera view down there the bugging and the lagging, so you can just hide or freeze something as you're setting up the ships and adjusting their position. That's why we basically use our layers so we can ease up our workflow. So now we want to add this totem we just saw. We have the maps for our totem and we are going to copy them into our maps folder and then add source. Ignore the Photoshop. So we dragged and dropped our totem and as you can see it is see-through. It's see-through because it has a standard material and the settings for standard material. So we're going to convert this material to V-Ray material and then add the textures for it as well. We're going to add materials as we have already established. This model came with diffuse, normal, and other maps, so we're just going to place them, override the gamma for the normal map, and we're going to blur the images and set the blur value to 0.2. This model was probably made using ZBrush and or Substance Painter. As you can see, it's a low poly model, but it has a map set for which make it look like it has a lot more polygons than it has, and in that way it's easier to work with the low poly model and a baked map. So that's really good, and that's why we can use it and put it in front of our camera. We have found a place for our totem, but we would like the house to be a bit more visible, and we would like our terrain to be below the totem, so the totem is not floating in the air, so we will add that as well. And when we added that, we will add some balls of hay, or squares of hay to be precise. And now we will adjust them, multiply them, position them correctly. The scenes will be detailed as much as you want or need them to be, and the time and effort will be visible in the render. If you place two boxes of the same size, you will see that and think of that, oh, this is lazy. And if you add 10 boxes, all different sizes, differently rotated, you will see the effort which was put into the rendering, and it will look a lot better. What I want to do now is add pre-made models from the scenes I use. So you can use all your libraries and all the models you made. This will optimize your workflow. You can see now how the number of polygons has grown. It has the same materials with same name, and it asks us to rename it. We approved. You can see the models I imported. I want to use all of them, just some. I will use the car, the shield. You can see some fruit here, etc. So we're going to select a few and add them to our scene. I have moved the assets somewhere I can see them, and I'm going to place them in my scene. I have made a new layer for the assets, and I'm now going to freeze the other layers so I can move with a bigger ease the objects around. So I'm going to place this X Viking inspired shield on our house. And just keep moving around the details and improving the scene. First of all, we are going to adjust the position of this card. It looks good. It can be have a medieval look, and you can edit it however you want, but we're going to edit and place it on our scene. Of course, we won't use all the assets we imported, and we probably couldn't move around anything if we haven't frozen the existing scenes elements on our scene. So we are moving this cart and we are going to place it on the other side, and we won't uh, go too wild on the details, just add a few to get a feeling that someone was or is in this village and something similar. So you now just have to keep in mind that you don't want anything floating in the air. So if you're putting like this card on the ground, it can be sunken in a bit because the uh, ground gets wet, it sinks in, it cracks. So it's not unusual for the wheels of the um heavy weighted carts to be a bit to make a dent in the ground, and it also depends on the time the cart was left in the same place. So it's okay to sink it in, and you just have to think about adding the details in such a manner that it won't be a thorn in the eye, as we say in my country. So just make it look good and be logical in any sense of the way. I have imported some nails as well, so we're going to rotate them, scale them, and edit them so they fit our fence. This detail will improve the scene a lot because it's right in front of the camera. We're adjusting it from our camera view now. We have to move the position of the nails and adjust them. We don't need to add a nail to every individual plank, but we want to add some more details to this part, so that's why we're you can use taper to make them a bit curvy, FFD to change its proportions. If you want just the head to be larger, you can go wild with adding details, but this is sufficient. We are still modifying them. There is one anvil. We are going to place it in front of the house on the hill. We are positioning the anvil still. We're going to move it to be get it a bit closer to our house, and we are now going to move the shield we have imported and place it on top of our house. We can place it on the beam and tilt it to stand according to our roof. So it's a very nice little touch, nice detail, and feel free to add as many details as you want because every detail will make the scene look a lot better. We can move around these balls of hay. They always needed hay for the horses or whatever, so that's why we're keeping hay. I believe you have noticed that we don't have any greenery, and that's because we're going to add snow. And don't worry about the holes you have just seen on the road. They will be filled up with the displacement map we have added to our pet. So we're adjusting these walls of hay, and now we want to select and delete unnecessary objects because we don't want them to overcrowd our scene. I'm going to remove the objects I don't want in my scene now. We want to keep it low on details because we want to demonstrate other things. The last thing we want to add to our scene are some skulls. We have seen a reference photo earlier with a skull placed on the fence. I like this one. I think it's a sheep skull. Yes, I like this one a lot. And we'll download this and add some more to our scene. I really love Sketchfab models and frequently use them for my scenes. They're really cool and can come in quite handy. Imagine if you had to model a skull every time you would like an animal skull in your scene. It can be quite time consuming. We also have this really cool um, helmet with horns, and we're going to place it on top of one of our houses. We can add it to our low poly house, and adding such details make the model seem like it has a lot more polygons than it is, and it is really detailed made. So now we're going to open our skull models. It's zipped, and you need to unzip it and place it in a folder. We're making a folder for the files we're going to unzip, and we're just going to unzip it and drag it and drop it to our folder. You have the source and the texture files. This is the case with most models from Sketchfab, and you can see how many textures there are. You have diffuse and normal map for every model. So we can now just drag and drop our file and import it to our viewport, and we'll go to isolation mode by pressing Alt and Q on our keyboard. We have imported our skulls to the scene, and we now need to set up materials for the skulls. So we don't do that. We can't do that for all at the same time. We need to convert the skulls to weary material and assign them their texture. The good thing is that you can see the name of the model is the same as the one on the texture you're going to use. So we have diffuse and normal map here. We'll go to right click and go to Weary Scene Converter and convert standard materials to Weary materials so we can use the maps as we have learned. So as you can see, every skull has its own textures, and we have to set it up for every skull. Luckily, we will use just a few of them. So I have selected these 4 skulls. I'm now going to override their normal maps, and these are the ones we're going to use in our scene. Now we're going to select them and exit our isolation mode. We're going to drag them into our view, and we want to place the skulls somewhere in our scene. We want to add one skull, as we have seen on our reference image, to the fence we have modeled, and for the rest we will find a suitable place. I like this one, and I think I'm going to place that one on the fence. So we need to adjust its angle, position, direction, scale it a bit, rotate it, move, adjust it so we can look the way you want it. It's a bit hanging in the air. We will adjust that as well. So this looks good. Yes. We will move the others around and place them somewhere in the scene. We are now placing the other skull. For this, we can scale it. It's not. This is a game-like environment, so of course we froze everything, so the environment is not bugging and the Max won't lag. But as you can see, we can scale this a bit, and it won't be looking bad compared to its environment. So just try not to overdo it and it will be good. We want to place this skull as well somewhere in the viewport, so we're finding a place for the skull. And of course, this is all trial and error. You can try it out, you can like it today and don't like it tomorrow. We still have some elements floating around which we are going to delete, like this, and this maze. And this looks, we can rotate it. We, yes, we are going to delete it. So now we want to unfreeze everything. Let's say we're satisfied with the amount of details we have added, and now are going to check and see how our light cache looks. So this looks promising. We're satisfied with the amount of details, and we will continue to work on our scene in the next session. In today's session, we have learned how to add assets from the internet, which can be modified and adapted to our needs. In the next session, we are going to set up the renderings and finish our work. Thank you for watching and thank you for choosing Live EDU. Hello, this is the last session for how to model a Viking village in 3ds Max and using V-Ray. So far we have modeled various assets, terrains, added cameras to our scene, etc. Now we're going to set up environment and rendering parameters. First of all, we need the lights. As you have seen, we have already made some previews of our renderings, so we have added them, but we are going to remind ourselves how we can do that. So, what we need to do now is go to Create Panel. You can see the settings here, but we are going to go through them again. So, go to Create, select Lights, and change to V-Ray lights. We can make V-Ray plain and convert it back to dome. Since we have already made one, we will continue editing that one. The same principle is for sun. You just go and create the sun and don't add environment map because we're going to do that with our dome light. Dome lights use HDRI maps, which are amazing because they store light information and will light up the whole scene. So we're going to add one to our dome. We have here. So what we need to do is make a material with very HDRI extension, and we are going to go to Textures Heaven and download a free HDRI map. So we are going to scroll here and find some maps we like. I always like the moody sunset or sunrise maps. They give very nice lights. Next thing we want to do is find the location and add our map to our environment. Furthermore, we need to copy this map to our texture slot in light settings, and we used instance because we want to be able to make changes to map and reflect them on environment. You can rotate the map, adjust multiplier so it turns brighter or darker, whatever you'd like, etc. So we moved the lights and placed them somewhere logical in our scene. We want to be able to use the sun as additional shading supplement and light. We are again adding our geometry, moving the mountains. They're not the mountains now, more of icebergs to be exact. If we go and check this plus over here, we can adjust our viewports and enable our environment map we have added to our perspective view. So we will know how to rotate it and adjust it when we want. By clicking 8, we opened our environment tab and we want to instance the map we have chosen as well, and now we can see the map in our viewport. We will adjust our camera now. We can zoom in, adjust focal length, exposure. We're going to change f number. Yes, we should put 6 here. We don't need to change the filter. I think this will be okay now for now. So now we're going to see what kind of environment we have created. It looks cool, but it's a bit too dark, so we will add additional lights and make the map a bit brighter. We're going to choose the places we want to add lights to, so we want to make some light for our fire pit, and then afterwards fire animation can be added in Unity or fire map can be added in Photoshop. So we're going to create two spheres because the fire has the mixture of red and yellow color, and we are trying to imitate just that. We will make another sphere and add these spheres to our houses so we can get some lights from them as well. Of course, it's better if you use IES lights and they have defined shape, look a lot more realistic. But for these kind of renderings, it just takes too much time and it can be substituted by spheres, planes, spots, etc. And of course, we're deleting our doors and those polygons. That's why we haven't made them more detailed. So the light can pass through the doors and windows. So because we haven't turned off the visibility of our spheres, we can see them very clearly now in our viewport. We're going to change the color because it looks a bit pink and make it more red, and we will just uncheck visibility and check invisible. So you can see it now, we have this pretty moody scene. We're going to continue editing. So we have increased overall multiplier of our image, and you can see how much lighter the scene now is. Now we're going to enable our V-Ray Sun and edit it so it looks kind of like moonlight, and we will use it to produce additional shadows. This is not something that's necessary, but you can play around a bit with this effect. When we change the map later, we won't need this light anymore. We want to add some more light to this area here. So now you can see how much very sun affected our scene, and we will decrease its multipliers so we can get just a subtle shading from the very sun. We need to select our sun, and then we will scroll down its settings and decrease. We can decrease just the intensity, or we can decrease as we are the intensity and size multiplier. So this looks a lot better, and we will continue to edit, change the direction of our sun a bit. We see the parameters we assigned. Decrease the multiplier a bit more. We will go to our render, and then we need to wait, and this is a slow process. You have to give it a try so you can see what settings do you want. Of course, it will work a lot faster now because I have set a rather small resolution for the image. The other way you can lighten something up is by adding a plane or a sphere in front of it. We're going to add a sphere in front of our skull, adjust the lights setting up appropriately, and we want to keep it out of our camera so we can see through it. So now you can see the subtle effect of our sphere. But this image may seem a bit moody, so we can try another one. We will go back to our textures heaven website and scroll and find something we see more appropriate. There are lots of great resources for HDRI textures, but this is the best free I could find, and you can download the images in 8K resolution, so that's pretty good. We don't even need it. 4K is really good enough, but download it and use them properly and contribute if you can to your and become a patron of Texture Heaven. Again, I'm not working for them, I'm just showing my support. Heads up. We can see now with a clearer sky how the image would look like with another map. So you can almost endlessly try out the maps and find the ones you like and prefer. I often use the ones from the texture heaven because they are really great. You have seen how dark our environment looks like, so we will scroll down here all the way down and go to our output and overall here you can adjust overall multiplier of the map. You can see how the image became brighter in our map slot, and now we're going to render this and test it out. Of course, we have to wait, just be patient. And this looks good, but maybe a bit dull and still a bit dark. What we want to do now is rotate our map so we can get lights from the other angle, see how the map in the viewport rotated, and it looks differently now. If you want your preview to be clearer, you can go to render settings by pressing F10 and then to light cache and increase the subdivision number. Of course, this will slow down the render as well, but you will get a clearer preview of your image. And now you can see how different the environment looks like only because we changed HDRI map and everything is lighting up differently. This looks good, but what we want now is to go a step back and make an image with the texture of a sunset sunrise sky we used and saw before, and we will later add the image like this one as well. So this is the one we want to render now. It seems a bit too bright, so we're going to rotate the map to the first position and decrease the overall multiplier. So there you go. Now we have created our first moody environment. What we want to do now is add snow to this map. That's why we didn't make it any more detailed. We're just going to drag and drop Snowmaker script. It's free. I will add it and the link to download. And you can here set up the parameters. With one click, the generator will create a mesh for our terrain. We need to edit, of course, and add a texture to this as well. We're going to try with this one, download it as we already did. This material was generated with newer version, so we need to find another one, download it, and implement it. I think this will work rather good. So this is rather odd material, and I'm not going to spend the time trying to modify and find the material in this setup, but I'm rather going to make one on my own, but with using the maps they provided. What we're going to do now is add the maps to the material slots they are for, and then we can set it up a bit. You can try out sometimes and place bump material as a displacement. It won't work always, but it can sometimes do the trick. So I advise you that if you don't have displacement and you don't know how to make one, try out with the bump map and see if that works. We want to repeat the process and add more snow to our environment. We're going to add it to the other side of the hill as well. So we once again need to drag and drop our snowmaker script, run it, and set up the snow. Simple as that. And we have created a snowy environment. You can see now that this reminds us of the scene we were inspired by, and it has this northern vibe to the render. I'm just going to show you my V-Ray setup real quick. I'm not going to render it in a high res because it's all for preview, so this is good enough. I'm using bucket. I'm not going to wild on subdivision, V-Ray resonance filter. Irradiance map and light cache, irradiance map set to medium, and light cache to 2000 subdivisions. I usually increase this a lot, and the important part. I always use render elements. I add various elements, but the ones we want to focus now: ambient occlusion, Z depth, and light select. When you add light select and the image is rendered, you will get a layer which will contain the lights and the shadows of those lights and the elements the lights were cast on. So it's very good for processing to have a light select filter. Also, I use Z depth so I can modify the blur of the further parts of the images, and always alpha and ambient occlusion so I could add more dirt to the images, and alpha so I could select the sky easily. We add Z depth and more light select passes, so we are going to add all the lights we would need. And of course, these passes will slow down the render, but it's worth it. We want to measure the distance for our Z-depth passes, and we're going to do so by we'll freeze everything except the default. We will set up the default layer and add a few more Z-depth passes. Then we're going to create, tab, helpers, and tape. And then you can see the length of your measurement. We will measure to the end of our scene, to our first plan. You can choose whatever you like, but I always have few Z-depth passes and try to divide them according to the plans or the bigger items on the scene. So these render elements are extremely useful. You can add as much as you like, but they of course slow down our render a bit and are extremely helpful when you're editing the photo in the Photoshop or whatever program you choose. And I'm going to provide you with my Max file so you can see how I set up the render parameters, because we won't waste time on that as you're all familiar with rendering using V-Ray and you have your own settings you prefer. So that's why I'm adding the Max file. It won't have textures, but it will have all the other settings that are needed for the render. As we are now prepared for the render, we will make an archival file. We will set up the path where the maps should be searched, since we have already gathered them in somewhat the same place. We will add desktop as the source, and we will make a folder where our archive is going to go and where maps and proxies, if we had them, would be placed. and then I always check copy the next file. It will save the file and in this exact moment, and then you click collect. And now you can see how it's collecting the files. It will show you this dialog box and will ask you to choose which of the offered do you want to keep in the folder and use in the further renderings, and you can rename them, and the settings won't be changed in the models. So I'm going to rename all. You can make an archive for just selected objects. You can rename Russian or similar languages, so it's quite a handy tool. It is still working, as you can see, and we'll just wait a few seconds more. You can go to File, Save As, and make an archive on your own. And I'm going to show you how that archive would look like, because we won't be able, unfortunately, to make the one for our file. By going to Save As and choosing Archive option, you could make the same result, but I'm going to show you how that would look like. This is an archive I made. So, in order to make it look like the collect assets, I had to unzip and extract all the files. This is an unzipped archive, so as you can see, every texture has its own folder. This is not very practical for the use when you use network renderer or you are in a hurry. So now that we have made an archive, saved the file, we are ready to render our image. This is what our first image looks like. It's moody, it's blurry, it's dark, but it looks rather cool, and it took less than 10 minutes to render. So this is pretty good. The last plugin we want to check out is the one mentioned in the first video, and that's Grow Ivy. We will choose the item where we want to get our ivy, go to create, and in the bottom you can see Gerber. We always check auto grid option, and we just need to select a point where we want to start our ivy growing. So we're going to scroll down here and just press grow ivy. You can see the branches branching out and the meshes where the leaves are going to be. This is first of all the standard material, so we have to convert it to Vray, and furthermore we need to add the paths to the maps. The maps are going to be wherever you choose to place them, so keep that in mind. I place them in my Max folder where the ivy is installed, so it's easiest for me to find them. We won't use the leaves for this scene, but I felt that it is important that you learn how to use the plugin, and we're now going to set it up. I'm going to render a preview to show this to you, and then we can later switch off the leaves because it's a snowy environment, and although this ivy can technically survive snow, it's highly unlikely in this area, so we're just going to keep it off. But it's important to remember that these leaves all have rectangular or quad meshes, and opacity maps are used to get the shape of the ivy, as you can see. So you need to load the opacity map as well so you can get the whole leaf shapes. Now we can see the maps for our leaves, and we will check the opacity to be shown as well, so you can see that we won't get some squares. We're going to turn the leaves off because it's winter scene and we don't want to have like these perky green leaves. We just want to keep it simple. So this is how the ivy or the branches turned out. And so for this render, we changed our environment map, and you can see how important the choice of the map is for the overall look of our renders. We're going to save the image as PNG format and save it with or without alpha channel, so you can see the difference. Saving without will give you easy manipulation, and saving with is going to keep the sky you assigned. So in this tutorial you have learned how to model various assets, texture them, optimize them, make high and low poly assets, and how to render all of that. I hope you enjoyed the videos and learned a lot of new stuff. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for choosing Live EDU. Hello, welcome once again. In this session, we will finish our high poly model of Viking house. So far, we have made the base of the house, our very low poly model, added base with stones, bricks, made in debris maker, and made two walls of planks using debris maker as well. In today's session, we will continue to work with debris elements. So we're going to finish the front wall of the house and make a roof. Let's get started. We're continuing where we left off, so we're going to first of all choose the planks from the side and copy them to finish the other wall as well. We just need to make a copy of them and mirror them. We are going to use mirror tool. We have moved and we are now going to mirror our copy, and you could have chosen to make an instance of our planks. It preserves memory when rendering a bit, and you should always focus to make detailed models of the things or the sides you're going to see and show in the render. So you keep the file as light as possible. It won't crash then, and it will be a lot easier for you to work on if the file is lighter, and of course to control what is happening in the scene. Our house from the front side, and we want to adjust the position of our stone base, and we want to make our planks add them a bit more volume, so we're going to scale them by x axis. I always rotate and check out the model a lot because I get better sense of the details I want to make. Next thing we want to do is add some rectangular windows to our house, but you could use by selecting edges connect tool, but you can use them all. You would need to select the ones on the left side and the ones on the right side from our door. So to make it easier, we are going to use the slice tool. So we have selected the polygons we want to slice. We will rotate the last slice plane we used, and we will adjust its dimensions. This looks better. We moved it for 50 centimeters. Now we're going to pull it down for 100 and press slice. So now we have made the base for our opening, and the next thing we will do is make the size of our frame. We are repeating the process we have established since it's the easiest way to make the openings in this case. And now I think that the windows would look like better if we were to make it a bit smaller. So I'm just moving in the vertices by selecting the ones I want to move, and you can drag it or insert the dimension you need. We like the size of our windows, but we don't want to make them smaller, so we're just going to select the planes around our windows and then use insert command to get the window frame. You need to adjust it, and this looks okay. So we're now selecting the window frame, planes and we're going to extrude them from the surface so they will be a bit more detached. Now we will adjust the debris maker assets we made. We want to adjust the stones on the bottom so we can make an opening for our doors, and we will model additional planks for the front of our house and adjust them so we can make openings for our windows. We will delete those and adjust the ones we have left. Once again, by using slice plane, we are going to slice the polygons here so we can make an opening for our doors, and these planes are going to be on the model for now, but we're going to delete them later on. As you can see, our door frame is shorter than our house, so we're going to select the bottom polygons and extrude them. If you're not sure about the dimension by which you should extrude the polygons, you can always extrude it for some dimension you choose and then select the vertices, and using a snap tool you can adjust it to end where you want it. So we're just going to move the plane of our door and also snap it to match the ground position of our house. Now that this all looks good, we can exit isolation mode and we're going to scale the stones we have on the edge of on the front of our house and adjust them to match our building accordingly. So we don't want anything overlapping. We won't be as precise as that, but I recommend you always try to avoid overlapping, to avoid that models are going through each other, etc. But this will come with time and with practice. So just try and avoid the things you don't need to be happening, because overlapping geometry can cause some problems in 3ds Max. So we are rotating and placing this brick to fill up our hole, and we won't care about these overlappings now. It's a test, so it will all work properly. Next thing we want to do is make the planks for our roof. So we're going to copy several of these and then modify them and adjust their angle, size, length, so we can make planks for our roof. We have rotated the planks and we need to rotate a bit. Now we have moved them and placed them on our roof surface, and we need to scale them and adjust the group to fit the dimensions of our roof. Again, it's a repetitive process, so be patient and it will get faster as you work. We will scale the planks a bit so we add more volume to them. Because we have used the one size of the planks, we don't want to overscale them and we don't want to make them look differently bigger than the ones on the bottom of our building, or the ones I mean on the wall. Sorry. I will add an FFD modifier. You can use whichever you like. I keep FFD for 4 times 4 times 4 as my button, and also the box, so I can adjust the number of divisions I need, and it's really helpful and speeds up the process a lot. I like to use this even when I'm doing architectural visualization and make some interior renderings. I always prefer to use FFD and not scale the items because I can stretch the window, for example, and I won't rescale the parts like the junctions or the knobs and similar details which have their predefined dimensions, and if you scale them uniformly with your window, they won't look good because your eye is used to that those items have their certain dimensions and they should look a certain way according to the window. So that's why I prefer to use FFD modifiers, and I suggest you use them as well. We have rotated and placed it in our planks for the roof, and we're just going to delete the ones we don't need. These two are unnecessary, and the last 3 as well. So we have made one side of our roof. And of course, we're going to make the other side as well by using the mirror tool. We are going to select all the planks, make a copy, instance them, mirror them by Y axis, and this looks good. You can use FFD modifier for individual objects, or you can use them for a set of objects. If you want to use them for multiple objects, all you need to do is add them, select them together, and then add FFD modifier to them all. You can select them as a group, add the modifier, we're going to rename it, and make it your practice to rename the models as you go, so you will have a lot easier and better workflow when your scenes get complex. So we want to adjust this a little bit more. We are going to add FFD modifier and select the node, control point, we have moved the whole group together and adjusted it. So it's very nice option and I use this a lot, and you have seen that I'm very fond of FFD modifiers. We want to make this beam on the side of the house stand out a bit more, so we're going to add extrude modifier there. And now we're going to copy the planks from the back side, move them to the front, and keep editing them and adjusting them to the windows, to the doors, so we can get the front of the house done and finish our high poly model. So we're making a copy of our planks, we have made it, and we're going to align them to our house, and now we're going to edit them to make room for our windows, doors, door frames, etc. We need to remove the ones we don't need, and we are going to reshaping them. We don't need these. So we're going to move it a bit more to adjust it better, or we can just select all of them and then copy them. Of course, you're going to make some errors while you're working. It's always good that you can go a step back. That's why we keep I keep undo level to 100 or 200, and you can set up that in your preference as I have previously showed you. It's okay to have planks of different sizes, so we're going to move and scale this one a bit so it fits better. When you have a square-shaped opening, it's easy to edit the board. You can add FFD or slice it or something similar, or scale it. But it gets a bit more complex when you have a round window as we do up. So we're going to edit those shapes now and adjust them accordingly. And sorry, because my cat keeps saying hi, I can't get him to be a bit quieter, so apologies for his interruptions. So what we're going to do is add edit poly modifier to these boards and manually select the polygons we want to delete. We're trying to make this object have the least amount of polygons possible without losing the quality. So what we're going to do now is slice according to our window opening, and then we will delete unnecessary polygons. We have moved and rotated our slice plane, and we will now slice according to the other edge. We will keep doing so until we slice the planks according to all the edges of our window, and we're slicing according to the inside edges of our door frame. You can always slice it according to the sides of the window, so that is always an option, but when we add a modifier later on, the window will change its shape a bit. So just to be safe, we are going to slice according to the inside of our window. So we don't have any holes, but it's possible that we will have later on some parts that we will have to delete or move with FFD box. We're rotating, of course, and we just sliced another edge of our, according to our another edge of our window, and we're continuing to do so. It's a slow process, but this is the easiest way to get the best results you can. So it's worth doing the time, and just be patient and you'll get better when you practice this a lot and faster, of course. So it now may take 10 minutes to slice this up, but you will need, when you do this 3 or 4 times, like 2 or 3 minutes to finish. Maybe you can do the house in 15 minutes, but you just need the practice. So take your time and don't get frustrated easily. So we have sliced everything up, and we're now deselecting the polygons we want to remain. We will just try to be as precise as possible. Here you can see that there is overlapping, that the plank is more extruded than the window itself, so we will have to fix that later, but for now we're selecting the polygons of our planks, which we are going to delete. You can use rectangular mark, that's my favorite and I always use it. You can use circular mark, whatever you want. You have also a freehand and you can use that. Maybe it was faster to use freehand mark for this occasion, but this is a thing of habit, so I use the rectangular mark. Here you can see the polygons we selected. We're going to try and get close to the edges we have made as possible. Also, good thing is that 3ds Max remembers your selection, so if you select something else now by mistake, as I have, you can go to and press undo, Ctrl Control Z, and you will be back to your selection. Again, you can see how that works. So we're pretty close and to our edges now, and we're going to deselect this part as well. Just try and come close to the edge, as close as possible. I love saying you're never done, you just choose to finish. So at some point you just have to stop working and say this is it. So this is it for now. We have deleted the polygons we didn't need, so we will be able to put a glass surface for our window or make an opening. You can see still see the overlapping polygons on the plane we mentioned, so we just selected and deleted them. So this looks better, and our front of the house is looking a lot better now. So what we want to do now is delete we isolated our house with the front planks in the front. So we are going to select the planks covering up our doors and just delete them. And now we're going to scale the lengths we have left, but we don't want to move them and see them in our window, so we're going to use an FFD modifier, and we're going to pull the control points so we can adjust the volume and then pull the control points so we keep the shape we made by deleting the polygons. We have one more left, so we're again going to use FFD modifier, adjust its volume or the place of our nodes. You can add more nodes, but this is going to work just fine. So this, you can see how it looks when FFD is turned off, and this is looking a lot better now. We want to add two more beams to our sides, but since we have used insert for our polygons, we need to slice the polygons here on the vertices we now have. so we can get a straight line and don't have this particular angle here. So we just use slice plane, and we're going to slice this up again, and we will select the planes we want to extrude. We have removed the unwanted polygons, deleted them, and now we have an opening. But we still have this angular shape and we want to make it round. We can do so by adding smoothing group, although it didn't help a bit, so we will edit it more. And if we add open subdivision or turbo smooth, we can get a round shape, but you can see what does that do to the rest of our model. So what we're going to do, what we can try first of all, is assign the modifier only to the wished part. And this deforms our object too much, so we're not going to use that. But what we can do is first of all chamfer all our edges. We're going to select the edges. We won't select the ones on the window itself. So we want them to be turned to smooth surface, but the rest we want to stay straight, and we're just going to add them chamfer. Select all the polygons and we'll use quad chamfer and a few more lines, so this is looking a lot better. We can see that the polygons are here smoother. You can see the gradient on the polygons, and that's because it has a lot smoothing groups. So we're going to clear them as you just saw, and the polygons look straight and are straight again. Now we added turbo smooth and we have a circle shaped window, and our model isn't deformed, but we don't like the mesh. So we're going to use open sub modifier, which gives us a bit a straighter mesh, and we will add a few more iterations. So this looks a lot better now, and we have a circular shaped window. Because the geometry of our house has now been changed, we will have to readjust the planks again. We will add FFD modifier, add few more control points, and move them around so we don't have any polygons left visible from the planks. To make this work easier for myself, I always play a lot of music. I listen to all kinds of artists and depending on my mood at the moment. So I recommend that while you're working on your models, you listen to music so the time will pass a lot faster because as you can see you have to go back and forth, adjust things multiple times in order to get best results. And you won't be able basically to play music when you start rendering because it will eat up your RAM memory. So I suggest you play the music while you're working on. As you know, Turbo Smooth Modifier changed the shape of our window, so that's why we need to adjust now. And of course, you can always add a modifier on top of modifier, but at some point I suggest that you make a copy of the file, and in the file you're going to render, you would be the safest if you were to convert this to edit poly, because when you get a large scene and if a model has numerous like 10 or more modifiers, they can be a bit buggy and something can crash. You don't see the results the way you should. So that's why when I'm 100% done, assure that I'm done with working on the model and that I want to render the thing now, then I save the file so I have my working file, and then I convert the things, make another copy, and use that file for rendering. I'm adding more polygons, more control points to these planks than the ones for the roof or the side, because it gives me bigger control of the plank, and the model won't be scaled as much, and there won't be any holes made, and I won't make overlapping polygons on the model. It's important to get the best topology you possibly can. Now that we have edited the boards and planks according to our window, we can see the overall look of our house, the level of detail, the beams, the chamfers on the door. You can edit them further, but for now I'm going to say that this looks okay, and we are going to make a copy. You can see here the number of polygons we now have. That's because of the level of details on the planks and the beams and their number, of course. But the model looks really good, and you could put just very material over them, add some bump, and it can be rendered somewhere close to the camera. Because we would like to add some more details to our house, we're going to make a copy of this one because it's pretty good. And we're now going to pull out these beams a bit more so they will be standing out. We will add some more details. We'll make a copy of this board and place it sideways, a bit rotated, so it can look like it's holding the other walls, maybe other planks, sorry, maybe there are some cracks it fixes or something like that. You can add nails to it, you can add different materials, make it a bit stand out a bit more, and by adding details as such, you will get a second model and a variety in your 3D environment. You're a designer, so be creative as much as you can, look for references, and you need to get inspired in order to do a good job. And the more interesting it is to you to work on a model, the better it will turn out because you will put in more time and more make more detailed models when you're happy with what you're doing. We're going to repeat the same process and make an additional board for our roof. And if you're rendering it from close, you can add hay on top of it or below, so it will look really cool. This plank needs a bit more adjustment because the planks on the roof have two angles. This will have the two angles. It has to be adjusted according to the roof slant, and we're going to make it tilted on the other side as well. So you can use front view, side view, whatever you feel most comfortable with, or do this from the perspective view. But I tend to keep going back and forth, and this gives me all the views, and I always am sure what was done on the model. We're going to make a copy of that plank and rotate it a bit differently. So there it is. We have modeled two high poly houses with a low poly base and high poly details made from debris maker, and this is it. Next on, we will model fire pit, we will model a fence which will be based on our reference photo or inspired by that, and we will continue editing our objects and terrain and environment so we can model and texture this properly and set up the render parameters and render our scene. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for choosing Live EDU.